Chapter 201. Sure enough, Xiao Xiao quickly fetched some water and seemed to have said a few words outside. Jiang Wan was somewhat embarrassed to think that it was only Lian Qiao and the others who were part of the genie guards. Xiao Xiao walked to the edge of the bed and was about to bend down to carry her. Jiang Wan was startled and asked, "What are you doing? If you don't let the servant girl serve you, I will carry you over to freshen up." Xiao Xiao replied good-naturedly, "No need." Jiang Wan lifted the quilt and was about to jump down. "I can wash myself." If she were to wash with Xiao Xiao like this, even if she pretended to be calm, she would not be able to remain calm. Who knew that as soon as she moved, she would feel sore and weak all over, and immediately stopped. Xiao Xiao looked at her calmly and suddenly smiled. "I won't do anything." Jiang Wan thought that at this moment, it would indeed be difficult for her to wash herself, and if she continued to refuse, it would seem pretentious. So she nodded and Xiao Xiao bent down to carry her to the wooden tub behind the screen. The two of them had tossed and turned, and Jiang Wan was already very tired. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, looked very refreshed and carried her effortlessly. When she sat in the wooden tub, the gentle water was very comfortable. As soon as Jiang Wan relaxed, she felt her eyelids become heavy and she did not know when she had fallen asleep. By the time Xiao Xiao carefully helped her dry her body, Jiang Wan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Xiao smiled and carried her back to the bed, tucking her in. He was afraid that Jiang Wan would be tired, so he had to be considerate for the first time. At this moment, seeing her sleeping so soundly, his heart ached and he leaned over to kiss her forehead lightly. Lian Qiao came in with a bowl of medicine. Xiao Xiao silently shook his head at her. Lian Qiao was well aware of this and secretly laughed as she retreated. That night, how many people in the Jining Wang Fu knew about this charming and gentle affair? Presumably, only the secret guards lying on the eaves of the walls would know. However, the final winner of the bet that Jin Si had made was the banker himself. Jin Si generously took out the gambling money and invited everyone to eat and drink. When they were tipsy, the secret guards all cried tears of joy. It was as if they could see the next young master of the Jining Wangfu rushing over to the Wangfu. By the time Jiang Wan woke up, it was already the morning of the second day. After a night's sleep, her body felt as if it had been run over by something, and it was even worse than the previous night. The quilt beside her was neat and tidy. Xiao Xiao was not on the bed. She propped herself up and sat up. The door creaked open and Xiao Xiao walked in with a bowl of medicine. When he saw that Jiang Wan had woken up, he placed the bowl of medicine on the small table that had collapsed. Reaching out, he touched her forehead and asked, "Does your body still hurt?" Jiang Wan. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh again. These days, he often laughed. His appearance was good to begin with, and when he laughed like this, he looked like a peach blossom. He was probably in a very good mood after eating. Jiang Wan compared herself to herself. Reaching out, she picked up the bowl of medicine from the side and blew on it. After a few mouthfuls, she downed the medicine. That medicine was probably a prescription that Xiao Xiao had ordered someone to prescribe. It was quite effective. After drinking it, she felt her body warm up, and even the soreness had lessened a lot. After she finished drinking, Xiao Xiao took the empty bowl from Jiang Ruan's hands and said, "You can rest in the room today." "That won't do." Jiang Wan shook her head. "Today, the case department is trying a case. I have to make a trip there." After thinking for a while, she said, "My body has almost recovered after drinking the medicine. It's not a big deal to go and listen to the case. You don't have to worry." Xiao Xiao knew that Jiang Wan always had her own ideas. Her attitude of admitting her mistakes was good, but next time, she would still disregard her own body. His heart ached, but he was also helpless, so he said, "I will let Jin San and the others follow you. The people from the case department will not make things difficult for you." The meaning of his words was hinting at the people from the Department of Case Management. Jiang Wan looked at him and said, "If I sue my own biological father, there will inevitably be people in the capital who will talk about it. It will even affect your reputation and place Jining Wang Fu in an awkward position. Do you think that what I did was wrong? He is not your father." Xiao Xiao said indifferently, "You no longer have any connection with the Jiang family." Jiang Wan was slightly stunned, only to hear Xiao Xiao continue, "You married into Jining Wang Fu, so you are a member of the Xiao family. Whether it is for revenge or to overturn the case, the Xiao family will always be your backer." His expression was firm and his words were gentle. He was obviously the coldest person, but his heart was always so warm that it made people feel happy. Jiang Wan smiled, "Xiao Xiao, thank you." It was not a perfunctory thank you, nor was it a thank you from an ally to an ally. This thank you was full of sincerity and came from the bottom of his heart. In this world, it was rare to find someone who would always stand behind you without asking for a reason. No matter what you did, that person would always insist on being by your side. This was affection and righteousness. No need. Xiao Xiao smiled, "If you really want to thank me, just be more enthusiastic at night." Jiang Wan, in a corner of the palace, Xian Pei was listening to the news that Ming Yu had reported. He sneered, "Jiang Quan's good days have probably come to an end. He dared to make a move against her a few years ago, and now it is time for him to bear the consequences. The death of Xia Yan and Jiang Su Su is not the end of everything. Does he think that there is still a glimmer of hope? Ridiculous." Ming Yu stood silently at the side. She knew that this little master of hers had a special relationship with Jiang Wan. It seemed that the two of them had a special relationship. However, something that even Xiao Xiao could not find out, naturally, she, a secret guard, would not be able to find out. Although she was puzzled, she knew that Xian Pei had always protected Jiang Wan. Now, Jiang Quan's deeds had spread throughout the capital. As a father, he had been so unkind to his own daughter. Even the common people would scold him for having the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, let alone Xian Pei, who had a close relationship with Jiang Wan. "Have the people I asked you to go to the Bureau of Investigation been settled?" Xian Pei played with the luminous pearl that was the size of a pigeon's egg in his hand. That was a gift that the emperor had bestowed upon him yesterday after seeing that he had answered his homework extremely well. This luminous pearl was not uncommon in the palace. Even if it was placed in Xian Hua's place, he would be envious. But now, it was being played with by Xian Pei without a care in the world. This was enough to show Xian Pei's current position in the court. That good-for-nothing prince who was not favored and could be bullied by everyone had already disappeared. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. "Your Highness," Ming Yu asked, puzzled, "Xiao Wangye's side must have already informed the Bureau of Investigation. Even if your Highness does not take action, the people of the Bureau of Investigation will not allow Jiang Wan to gain any benefits. Why does your Highness need to do this?" Xian Pei's every move was being monitored by people with ulterior motives. If someone found out that he had interfered in Jiang Ruan's matter, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? In the palace, the best thing to do was to play it safe. Especially since Jiang Quan's case this time could be perfectly resolved without him taking action. Xiao Xiao is doing what he should be doing, and what this prince is doing is also this prince's matter. Whatever this prince wants to do, does this prince still need to bask in his glory? Xian Pei snorted coldly, "The people of the Bureau of Investigation have always been crafty. With Jining Wang pressuring him, coupled with this prince's move, they will realize that this matter is no small matter. Naturally, they will not leave any leeway to attack Jiang Quan. In any case, as long as Jiang Quan can be punished a little more, this prince will be very happy." Ming Yu shrugged her shoulders helplessly. Xian Pei's enmity towards Xiao Xiao had never diminished, but as an adult, Ming Yu felt that it was somewhat childish. This rarely appeared on Xian Pei, who had always been mature. Moreover, she always felt that there was a hint of jealousy towards Xiao Xiao. Naturally, he was jealous of Jiang Ruan. However, Xian Pei was still very young, so Mingyu could only think that she was being overly sensitive. The entrance to the main hall of the Bureau of Investigation had long been surrounded by commoners who wanted to watch the bustle. The Bureau of Investigation had always been famous for conducting fair trials. Every time they tried a case, it was a private matter between the aristocrats of the capital. Naturally, people would come to watch the bustle and listen to the secrets. Therefore, unless one was really forced into a dead end, the average person would not bring the case to the Bureau of Investigation. After all, one's dirty linen should not be aired in public. No one wanted to bring out their own family's private and shameful matters to become a topic of discussion in broad daylight. When Jiang Ruan arrived, it naturally caused an uproar. Since ancient times, it was the first time in history that a case against one's biological father had occurred. Moreover, the one who had done this was Jiang Ruan. Initially, she had been a nobody in the Jiangfu, but later on, she had become a popular Junju in front of Empress Dowager Ida. Now, she was even the princess consort of a traitor and a rebel that everyone kept a secret. Every one of Jiang Ruan's identities caused people to sigh. Admittedly, there were many gazes of jealousy, but there were even more gazes of envy. What Jiang Quan had done was naturally unpardonable, but Jiang Ruan's actions had also not recognized even her own kin. The people's attitudes were clearly divided into two groups. One group of people firmly believed that Jiang Quan deserved to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Although Jiang Ruan's actions were out of line, they were still excusable. The other group of people felt that Jiang Ruan had violated the human relations that had existed since the founding of the Great Jin dynasty, and that it was really unfilial of her to bring her own biological father to court. Regardless of how others viewed her, Jiang Ruan had never cared. She alighted from the carriage. Today, she was dressed in an embroidered robe. The patterns were complex and solemn, setting off her entire person to appear extremely noble. On the outside, she wore a satin fox fur pleated cloak, the color of which was as warm as a burning fire. It had snowed the whole night before, and the accumulated snow this morning was half a foot high. Wrapped in white and white, only her red robes fluttered in the wind, beautiful and cold as she stood where she was. That gorgeous beauty almost caused people to involuntarily hold their breath. Even though the personnel of the case department had always treated everyone who came to court equally, when they faced Jiang Ruan, they could not help but show some respect. This daughter of the Jiang family could not be underestimated. Last night, their head, the department judge Sun Su, had specially instructed their subordinates to be more polite to Jiang Ruan. Even someone like Sun Su, who was not afraid of power and status, could be treated with such importance. Presumably, the background of this daughter of the Jiang family could not be underestimated. In comparison, the treatment that Jiang Quan received was 108,000 miles away. In court, Sun Su's temperament was eccentric. Almost no one feared him. Even when facing his former colleagues, he would not give them any face because of this. What Jiang Quan cared about the most was his face. Now, without rhyme or reason, he had lowered his head in front of Sun Su, as if he really was a criminal being tried by Sun Su. He was already burning with anger. Jiang Xing was in the military camp discussing military affairs with the former general, so he was really unable to rush over. Jiang Ruan entered the main hall and found that Zhao Guang and the three Zhao brothers were also there. When Zhao Yuanfeng saw her, he greeted her warmly, "Ah Ruan." After all, Zhao Mei was a member of the Zhao family. Although many years ago, it was said that she had severed all ties with the Zhao family and that the Zhao family had never raised this unfilial daughter, in reality, blood ties could not be severed. Especially the pearl in the palm of the Zhao family. When the Zhao family found out that Jiang Ruan had sued the Jiang family to the case department, they flew into a rage. If it were not for Jiang Xing's help in persuading them, Zhao Guang would have already rushed into the minister's fu and beheaded Jiang Quan to accompany Zhao Mei in death. The Zhao family had always been protective of their own. Today, they had come to the case department to express the Zhao family's attitude. Zhao Mei was the daughter of the Zhao family. If Zhao Mei's death was not a coincidence, and was even related to Jiang Quan, then the Zhao family would definitely not let the matter rest. Jiang Wan stepped forward to greet the Zhao family one by one. The womenfolk of the Zhao family and a few of their grandchildren had not come. Li Shi had already regretted the matter with Zhao Mei. If she were to find out the truth in court, it would be inevitable that she would be agitated. Jiang Wan greeted the Zhao family, but only Jiang Quan was left out. Jiang Quan, who was standing at the side, only felt that the surrounding gazes were on him. He felt very ashamed and indignant, and angrily scolded, "Unfilial descendant." Zhao Guang glared and wanted to scold back, but unexpectedly, Jiang Wan was one step ahead of him. She asked Jiang Quan, "I wonder who Minister Jiang is talking about." Jiang Quan did not expect that the moment she opened her mouth, she would be so merciless. Immediately, he said angrily, "Facing your own father with such an attitude, I don't know where your etiquette and honor went. I'm afraid that Minister Jiang has remembered wrongly." Jiang Wan smiled. "Yesterday, half of the blood has already been paid off. Ben Gong no longer has any connection with the minister's fu, so where did this father come from?" Jiang Quan was at a loss for words. Everyone recalled how Jiang Wan had resolutely used a dagger to cut open the back of her hand in the snow yesterday. Jiang Quan's old face flushed red. His face, which had always been refined and elegant, actually showed some signs of contortion. Silence. The advisor, who had opened the court, announced in a long voice. The imperial bodyguards on both sides stood silently. Dressed in the uniform of an official's magistrate, Sun Tzu strode in with large strides. He sat down on the highest seat in the center. His gaze swept downwards, and he passed the complaint to the advisor beside him. The advisor took the complaint, cleared his throat, and read the contents of the complaint in a loud voice. The contents of the complaint described how Xia Yan and the Xia family had conspired to murder Zhao Mei and her two sons, including the ambush on Jiang Xing in the forest, as well as the sinister methods she had used when she was young. It caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. The indifferent attitude of Jiang Quan in the complaint also caused everyone to be flabbergasted. This kind of internal strife and intrigue was not uncommon in large and influential families. What was rare was that Jiang Wan and Jiang Xing were the children of the minister's fu. Jiang Quan was actually so indifferent to them, allowing them to do as they pleased. The advisor was also a character. This complaint was written to make people feel indignant, but he had also written it in a cadence that was full of rich emotions. It caused the men in the crowd to roll up their sleeves and wish that they could rush in and immediately beat Jiang Quan up, while the women used their handkerchiefs to vigorously wipe away their tears. Although Zhao Guang and the three brothers of the Zhao family had long known that Zhao Mei's life in the minister's fu was not good, now that the complaint was read out line by line, it caused them to feel anxious. In this world, no one understood better than Jiang Wan how painful and dangerous it was for Zhao Mei and her two brothers to live in the Jiangfu. Therefore, she was very serious in her writing. The more the Zhao family listened, the angrier they became. They were so angry that their eyes were about to split open, and they wished that they could immediately rush over and kill Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan frowned. Now, everyone's gazes were directed at him without a trace of kindness, and he had unexpectedly become the target of public criticism. He did not know when Jiang Wan had actually gained such influence. Sun Tzu's temperament, as they had been colleagues for many years, was very clear. When facing Jiang Wan, his subordinates were respectful and humble. Did Jiang Wan actually have such ability? Unbeknownst to them, the confidence he had previously had been replaced by uneasiness. Jiang Quan's expression was no longer as confident as before. The first part of the complaint was, after all, an attempt to commit a crime. However, when it reached the last part, the topic changed to the matter of Zhao Mei's poisoning. It was clearly written in the complaint that the poison had been administered by Xia Yan, and that Jiang Quan was an accomplice. This was because he had known about it, yet he had looked on with folded arms, and had even encouraged and egged her on in secret. When the complaint was finished, Jiang Quan could no longer restrain his anger and stood up, saying, "Nonsense. A load of nonsense. What poison? I did not order anyone to poison her. Zhao Mei died of illness, how can you falsely accuse me?" At the same time that he resented Jiang Wan, he also resented Zhao Mei, who had passed away so early. He only felt that everything had started with Zhao Mei. Zhao Guang suddenly stood up from his seat and angrily said, "Jiang Quan, do you think that I do not dare to take your life here?" His bones of steel had been tempered from the battlefield. Normally, a glare from him could frighten a child to tears. At this moment, he was truly enraged. That bloodthirsty aura hit Jiang Quan in the face. Jiang Quan shivered and suddenly swallowed the words he had been about to say. A trace of disdain flashed in Zhao Yuanping's eyes as he chuckled and said, "Minister Jiang, why are you so anxious? You have not been convicted yet. Perhaps there is still a chance to turn the situation around. If you really want to cry injustice, there is no harm in waiting until the last moment." These words contained a faintly discernible chill that made one's heart tremble involuntarily. Jiang Quan was just about to speak when he heard Jiang Ruan's smiling voice say, "Not only that, I have evidence. Minister Jiang, let's first have official Sun look at the evidence before we speak." Jiang Quan was startled. He had not expected that Jiang Wan would have evidence. After all, so many years had passed. He had thought that even if Jiang Wan dug up old events, she would not be able to stir up any big waves. An old case without any evidence, what could be the final outcome? However, when Jiang Wan said that she had evidence, he could not help but feel a little guilty. However, his mouth still stubbornly said, "What nonsense are you fabricating?" Sun Tzu slammed the gavel and shouted, "Bring in the witness." The subordinate very quickly brought in the so-called witness. It was a skinny young woman. Upon closer inspection, her appearance could be considered delicate and pretty, but for some unknown reason, she looked somewhat haggard. Perhaps it was due to the pressures of life, but her appearance actually made her appear older than her actual age. When Jiang Quan saw this, he sneered and said mockingly, "I do not know this person. Even if you are a witness, you should still invite someone from the minister's fu." When the woman heard this, she raised her head and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "It has been a long time since we parted. Laoi does not recognize this servant, but this servant still recognizes Laoi." Jiang Quan was startled and carefully looked at the woman. After looking at her for a long time, he finally said in shock, "You are Butterfly?" Butterfly smiled faintly. "It is difficult for Laoi to still remember this servant. Why are you here?" The hand that Jiang Quan pointed at her with could not stop trembling. At that time, he had also heard of Jiang Su's expulsion of Butterfly. As a servant, she had not done a good job seriously and had mixed up the placenta bought from the pharmacy with the male fetus that had miscarried in the fu. This had ruined Jiang Su's reputation and caused Jiang Su to be frightened. For such a servant, even if you beat her to death, it would not be too much. However, at that time, Jiang Su had already sold her off. Jiang Quan had thought that such a servant had died long ago, so he did not know why she had appeared here. Butterfly smiled, but that smile was somewhat strange. When she looked at Jiang Quan, a trace of hatred quickly flashed through her eyes. "The reason why this servant has come here is naturally because I cannot bear the condemnation of my conscience. I have personally come to testify for the innocent former Furen, eldest young master, and eldest young Mississippi." Nonsense. Hearing this, Jiang Quan was so angry that his face turned green. "What exactly are you talking about?" He turned his head to look at Jiang Wan, who was smiling faintly, and suddenly realized, "What benefits did she give you that you actually want to slander me like this?" Butterfly, do you know how serious the crime of slandering an official of the imperial court is? Jiang Quan seemed to have lost all reason, but the people in the court were calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, including the sector judge Sun Tzu. The more Jiang Quan jumped over the wall in panic, the more it revealed his ugly appearance. Sun Tzu had already been bribed beforehand, and seeing that Jiang Wan and the Zhao family were watching happily, he naturally would not obstruct them. Faced with Jiang Quan's somewhat crazed questioning, Butterfly shook her head and said, "Eldest young miss did not give me any benefits. Master, you are well aware of what you have done, so why do you need to put on such an innocent act? You must know that everything is predestined, and the heavens are watching. When you were doing things, you should have thought of the day when the matter would come to light. Why did you harm me like this?" Jiang Quan said angrily. Butterfly lowered her head and pretended to turn a deaf ear to him. Jiang Wan, who was sitting to one side, smiled faintly. Of course, Butterfly would come out to testify for her, not only because of her promise, but also because Butterfly deeply hated the Jiang family. When Jiang Su sold Butterfly because of the Zai placenta incident, it could be said that it was also Jiang Su's own fault. In any case, she was still a servant girl who had been by her side since she was young, yet she had been directly sold to a ninth-grade brothel. What kind of place was that brothel? Entering it was tantamount to entering a fire pit. Naturally, one could imagine what kind of life Butterfly had led. In fact, when Jiang Su had sold Butterfly, Jiang Wan had sent Lu Zhu to bribe the brothel's procuress, and had been secretly monitoring Butterfly's every move. She would not let her die, but she would not let her feel better either. Butterfly had been by Jiang Su's side for so many years, and knew a little about the things that Xia Yan and Jiang Su had done. Jiang Wan was well aware that this was an excellent chess piece that would one day be put to good use. For example, at this moment, the appearance of this chess piece had already caused Jiang Quan to lose more than half of the game. She had appeared in front of Butterfly, promising that as long as Butterfly was willing to testify, she would save her from this crisis. Perhaps when Butterfly had first been sold, she would not have agreed to this condition, because Xia Yan was an astute person, and the servant girls she had chosen for Jiang Su were all extremely loyal. But after such a long time, Butterfly, who had been tortured to the point of death, could not even save her own life, so why would she care about loyalty? After so many years, she only had a deep hatred for the Jiang Fu. If it were not for Xia Yan and her daughter, if it were not for Jiang Quan, how could she have been sold to such a lowly place? Time was a wonderful thing. Hatred could turn into love, and love could also turn into hatred. Therefore, when Jiang Wan stated the condition, Butterfly agreed without hesitation. Chapter 202. Minister Jiang, Sun Tzu said with a straight face, "The court is not a place for you to act as you please. Let's first listen to everyone's words. I wish all the examinees a successful examination." Before Jiang Quan could speak, Butterfly kowtowed to Sun Tzu and said, replying to Milord, "This servant is here to confess the crime committed by Furen." She lowered her head, but her voice was clear, just enough to reach the ears of the commoners watching the bustle outside. "When the late Furen was still alive, my family's Furen was only a concubine. Although Master doted on Yinyang and Miss, Furen held the position of mistress. Yinyang has always been proud and arrogant, and was born of a high-ranking noble family. Naturally, she was not willing to submit to others. Although she ate well in the minister's fu, and sometimes even had a higher status than the late Furen, Yinyang was still dissatisfied. Although Butterfly's words seemed to be merely stating the facts, when it reached the ears of others, it felt very different. Who did not know how Xia Cheng's title of nobility had come about? If not for his brother's early death, it would not have been his turn as a bastard son. Even the title of nobility was obtained after Xia Yan entered the minister's fu. Before that, she was only the daughter of a minor official's bastard son. How could she be considered a noble family? She preferred to have the face to say so. If she was really a daughter of a high-ranking noble family, why would Jiang Quan marry Zhao Mei and not Xia Yan? A daughter of a bastard son was so vain, and according to Butterfly, Xia Yan's status in the minister's fu was even higher than Zhao Mei's. If this was not favoring a concubine to the detriment of a wife, then what was? Although everyone had heard rumors that Jiang Quan only favored Xia Yan, they all thought that it was after Zhao Mei's death. It turned out that not long after Zhao Mei had married into the minister's fu, Jiang Quan had gone too far. It was because he had taken a fancy to the power in the other's house, and once he realized that it would not bring any benefits to his career, he revealed his true colors. Butterfly continued, later, Yin Yang thought that as an official of the court, if Master could not find a reason to divorce his wife, he would have to live under others for the rest of his life. Unwilling to accept this, she tried to poison the late Furen. On that day, Yin Yang spent a large sum of money to buy poison from a foreign land and mixed it into the late Furen's daily meals. My late wife was poisoned bit by bit, and as the poison accumulated, she died. And all of this, Master also knows. There was one time when Master discovered Ant's poison. Master even told Ant to be careful and not to leave behind any evidence. After saying that, Butterfly kowtowed to Sun Tzu twice and said, "Your Excellency, everything I said is true. I dare not lie to you." Nonsense. Nonsense. Pointing at Butterfly, Jiang Quan angrily scolded, "Who gave you the courage to spout nonsense and disturb the hearts of people here? Butterfly, don't forget who you are. You are a servant of my Jiang Fu." Butterfly shook her head. Master must have forgotten that Butterfly's indenture no longer exists. Butterfly is no longer a member of the minister's residence. As she said this, although she tried to suppress something, her eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Jiang Quan was at a loss for words. Sun Tzu slammed the gavel again. Silence. Butterfly knelt on the ground and said something shocking, "Your Excellency, this commoner still has evidence to say." Jiang Quan was startled. Sun Tzu said in a low voice, "Where is the evidence?" Butterfly glanced at Jiang Wan, who was sitting peacefully on a seat at the side. The smile on her lips seemed to have not wavered since the beginning. Butterfly's heart was at ease, and her tone was magnanimous as she said, "It is in Madame's room." At that time, because that medicine was really precious, and Madame did not know when the late Madame's illness would be incurable, she thought that this medicine might still be useful in the future, so she ordered this commoner to keep it. On that day, this commoner buried the medicine under a tree in Madame's courtyard. However, the prescription was probably still there. Later, Master said that it would be useful, so he kept it in a box in his study. Coincidentally, I don't know why, but Master probably forgot about that box. One time, Madame asked this servant to tidy up the study, and this servant put that box in the innermost wooden box. That wooden box would not be touched for many years, because it was filled with old things. Zhao Guang cupped his hands towards Sun Tzu, and his tone was unquestionable. "Sun Daren, since the evidence has been laid out, shouldn't we send people to search the room?" "Naturally." Sun Tzu's expression was solemn. "This official has already ordered soldiers to search the minister's fu." Jiang Quan sneered. "What a joke. Do you think that by spouting nonsense, you can convict me of a crime? Butterfly, I see that you are not afraid of death." He felt that he had a well-thought-out plan, and that the soldiers would definitely not be able to find anything in the room. Not to mention that he had not directly interfered when Xia Yan had poisoned Jiang Wan, even Xia Yan herself would not be so stupid as to leave behind evidence. Xia Yan was meticulous and thorough in her work, and she would clean up any traces that could be used against her. Although he did not know what benefits Butterfly had received from Jiang Wan to create such false evidence, Jiang Quan also acknowledged that the minister's fu was not a place that just anyone could enter. Especially the study, which was of utmost importance, he had to check it several times a day. What wooden box, what box, he had never heard of. Butterfly probably only cared about lying, but she could not produce any concrete evidence. If she could not produce it, then she could not be convicted. What could Butterfly do? As he thought this, he looked at Jiang Ruan's expression. However, he saw that Jiang Ruan was sitting upright, and as if she had sensed his gaze, she turned her head and smiled at him. Jiang Ruan's smile was even more unperturbed than Jiang Quan's, and seemed to conceal some subtle ridicule. That gaze immediately made Jiang Quan sober up, and he could not help but feel some lingering fear. It was not that Jiang Quan did not know how strange this daughter of his was. For so many years, whether it was the Xia family or herself, they had not been able to gain any advantage from her hands. Even if the Jiang Fu was impregnable, it could not guarantee that she would come up with some strange method to harm others. At this moment, the officers and soldiers in charge of the search had already returned. The leader of the officers and soldiers reported to Sun Tzu before striding into the hall in large strides. He bent down and whispered a few words to Sun Tzu. As Sun Tzu listened, he glanced at Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan's heart thumped. Without waiting for him to think of a clue, Sun Tzu slammed the gavel and shouted, "Audacious Jiang Quan! As an official of the imperial court, you do not govern your household strictly, allowing your concubine to harm others, and even conspire with her to murder your wife. What crime do you deserve? The soldiers have already found evidence from the wooden chest and the box in your room. What else do you have to say?" As he finished speaking, the official next to him presented an iron box. Everyone could clearly see that a shallow piece of paper floated out from the box that Sun Tzu had personally opened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it naturally could not be faked. Zhao Yuanping got up and walked to Sun Tzu's side. He took the paper and read it in his hands. After he had finished reading 10 lines at a glance, Zhao Yuanping returned the paper to Sun Tzu. When he looked at Jiang Quan again, his smile was completely cold and detached. Minister Jiang is indeed very scheming. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, this young master would not have known that there could be such a cruel and unscrupulous person in this world. Zhao Yuanping had always been used to quietly making sarcastic remarks. When Jiang Quan heard these words, he was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, what followed was disbelief. Even when he had come out to receive the case today, he had carefully inspected the study before leaving. He had not seen any wooden chest or box, so how could it suddenly appear? What exactly was going on? He cried out in grievance. This is absolutely not my doing. Sun Tzu, as the head of the case department, you must pay attention to getting to the bottom of the matter. Just based on a small prescription, how could you dare to bring me to justice? This is clearly someone deliberately framing me. Don't tell me you don't know. This official has always only looked at evidence. Sun Tzu said unhurriedly. It was not that he did not hear the threat in Jiang Quan's words, but what kind of case was this? It was Xiao Xiao's wife, the current Jinying Wangfei, the former Hong and Junju, who had personally complained. Everyone in the officialdom of the great Jin court knew what kind of power the Jinying Wangfu behind her was. Xiao Xiao had personally greeted them, so how could he dare to slight them? Moreover, the victim of this case was the beloved daughter of the general's household. If they did not give an explanation, based on Zhao Guang's protective nature, they would most likely tear down the case department. Moreover, that person from the palace had already greeted them. Although the case department handled cases that ordinary people did not dare to handle, even if it involved many officials in the capital, Sun Tzu was not afraid. That was because Sun Tzu himself relied on the emperor to pursue an official career and did not need to rely on anyone's face. But if it was the emperor's trusted aide, there would be no fish if the water was too clear. Sun Tzu was well aware of this principle. After so many years of sitting in such an official position that offended people, Sun Tzu himself was extremely good at conducting himself. Now, Xian Pei's status in the palace was steadily rising, and the emperor was very fond of him. The 5th prince and the 8th prince were fighting openly and secretly, but no one could say for sure who the throne would fall to. Perhaps the future crown prince of the great Jin court would be this 13th prince who had just made a name for himself. Xian Pei had specially sent someone over to greet him. Although he did not know the reason, Sun Tzu also felt no small amount of pressure. It was precisely because they had been colleagues for so many years that Sun Tzu could clearly see that this time, it would be very difficult for Jiang Quan to be kind, because every person he had offended had the ability to put him to death. Zhao Yuanfeng said leisurely, "Minister Jiang, the minister's fu is your official residence. Naturally, only your people can enter. You don't even know when that box was placed in there. You can't possibly ask us outsiders for any answers. You should know that since the establishment of your minister's fu, apart from my family's youngest sister, no one from the Zhao family has ever set foot in it." Zhao Yuanfeng's words were not without irony. At first, Zhao Mei had cut off all relations with the Zhao family, and after Zhao Mei's death, the Jiang family had also forbidden all relations with the general's fu. They even secretly regarded the general's fu as a formidable enemy. The Zhao and Jiang families had never dealt with each other, so there was no way for the Zhao family to enter the Jiang fu. Jiang Quan had hit a snag, but he was not in the mood to argue with Zhao Yuanfeng. Now, he also realized the importance of the matter. With both witnesses and material evidence present, coupled with Sun Tzu's attitude, it would be very difficult to escape punishment. At this point, Jiang Quan, who had always been full of confidence, was already somewhat flustered. He desperately tried to think of how the box could have appeared in the study. His gaze swept through the crowd without any focus, and suddenly, he froze. A familiar figure was mixed in the crowd. It was a young and beautiful woman. Jiang Wan stared blankly, and a few thoughts flashed through her mind. She immediately roared, "Xia Yu! You slut, you dare to harm me!" The figure of the woman in the crowd was the current mistress of the minister's fu, Xia Yu. Originally, she had lowered her head to avoid Jiang Quan's gaze, but now, upon hearing Jiang Quan shout so loudly, she could not help but become somewhat angry. For a moment, her face flushed red, and she did not speak. However, Jiang Quan seemed to have understood in a split second. Disregarding the occasion, he loudly cursed, "It's her. It's this slut who colluded with outsiders to harm me. Usually, only she can enter my study. Only she can unwittingly, and in the shortest time possible, stuff things in there without anyone noticing. Xia Yu, I have treated you well, yet you are so vicious as to murder your own husband. You vicious woman." Xia Yu was in the crowd, and everyone's gazes were directed at her. She endured it, and suddenly, 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. "Master, ever since Yunyang married you and became your wife, where have I not done well? How could you treat me like this, and even pin such a heinous crime on Yunyang? How could Yunyang frame Master? If anything bad happened to Master, how could a lonely and helpless woman like Yunyang survive? Yunyang knows that Master and Yan Jiejia's love is as deep as the ocean, and ever since Yunyang married into the family, Master has never liked Yunyang. But Master, Yunyang is also your wife. How could you treat Yunyang like this?" She was born somewhat thin, weak, and timid, and after saying these words, her heart was full of sorrow. She knelt down and kowtowed a few times towards the main door of the public hall. "Forget it, Master. Since you and I are husband and wife, if Yunyang can save Master, Yunyang will be willing to save Master's life. That box and wooden chest were definitely Yunyang's." As she said these words, her tears fell like rain, and she almost fainted from crying. People had always sympathized with the weak, and if the weak was a woman with a good appearance, their sympathy would be doubled. The more Xia Yu spoke in such a manner, the more the crowd suspected that Jiang Quan had even framed his newly married wife. He was really a selfish man. Every word that Xia Yu said was reasonable. Indeed, now that the Xia family was no more, why would she frame Jiang Quan? The Jiang Fu had fallen, and she had become a widow. How difficult would it be for her to continue living? As for what Xia Yu had said about Jiang Quan still thinking about Xia Yan's matter, everyone laughed in their hearts. Perhaps in this world, only a man like Jiang Quan would never forget a woman who had been unfaithful and unclean, who had made him wear a green hat. Sure enough, the pot had its own lid. Jiang Wan smiled as she watched Xia Yu's performance in the crowd. She only felt that it was interesting. The women of the Xia family seemed to have an innate talent for being entertainers, especially when it came to drawing people's tears and sympathy. In the past, Jiang Quan had fallen for this trick of Xia Yan the most. Now that Xia Yan had been replaced by Xia Yu, who knew if Jiang Quan would still be able to endure it? A woman's lies and tears, only after truly experiencing them, would one know how formidable they were. Now, Jiang Quan probably hated the Xia family to the core. Xia Yu was an intelligent person. Since the Xia family had fallen, she, as a chess piece to maintain the relationship between the Xia and Jiang families, was useless. Xia Yu herself also knew that with Jiang Quan's ambition, there would come a day when he would kick her, a useless stumbling block, aside. Moreover, she was now the mistress of the Jiang family. She was well aware of what the Jiang family was like. A mansion with an empty shell would collapse sooner or later. Jiang Quan was neither cold nor warm towards her, and Xia Yu was still in the prime of her youth. How could she be willing? The women of the Xia family had always been brimming with ambition. Even if Xia Yu was a distant cousin, she would not be willing to be buried for the rest of her life. Jiang Wan made a deal with her. For the sake of her own future, Xia Yu did not hesitate to betray Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan was so angry that he was about to go mad. The gazes of the people around him were filled with suspicion. He wanted to find someone who could speak up for him, but in the end, he discovered that the people who could speak up for him were all gone. His wife, his children, his colleagues, and even his allies, not a single one of them was by his side. He suddenly discovered that he had become the one who had been abandoned. He had become a useless chess piece. This is what you want? Jiang Quan stared at Jiang Wan solemnly. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly. You made everyone betray me. I raised such a good daughter, ha ha ha, I actually did not know that I had raised such a good daughter. Too much unrighteousness will bring about one's own destruction. Jiang Wan replied indifferently. Minister Jiang, the gods are watching from above. That day, when you did all this to my mother, you should have thought of this ending. Yes, she wanted Jiang Quan to taste the fate of being deserted by his own people. In her previous life, this father of hers had devised strategies and turned everyone he did not value into chess pieces in his hands, stepping stones for the Jiang Fu. Step by step, he had paved the way for Jiang Su to become the empress. Every step of the Jiang family's glory had been forged by stepping on the blood of the three of them, mother and sons. Now, it was time for Jiang Quan to have a taste of this. This kind of struggle with no way out, loneliness and despair, and then suddenly discovering that he had been betrayed by everyone, discovering that he was useless and laughable. Like to play chess? Sure. In this life, she would change the position of the chess player. This game of chess would be written by her, and he would only be the last move of the chess game, a useless chess piece, a useless piece. Jiang Quan abruptly shut his mouth and looked straight at Jiang Wan. Jiang Ruan's undisguised hatred and crazed gaze fell into his eyes, and he suddenly felt a burst of fear. He did not know where Jiang Ruan's hatred came from. How could a person reveal such a frightening expression, like a man-eating beast? Jiang Quan, do you admit to your crimes? Sun Tzu saw that the commotion was about over, so he slammed the gavel and shouted. Somewhat woodenly, Jiang Quan turned his head back. He looked at Sun Tzu in the hall and suddenly smiled slowly. Standing in the middle, he said somewhat disdainfully, Sun Tzu, why are you pretending to be virtuous and virtuous? We are all officials of the same court, and since we are officials, there is no such thing as innocence. Today, you have treated me like this. I admit that my power is inferior to yours, so I have nothing to say. I will also admit to this crime. But you must remember, I am merely subservient to power. Today, as long as my power is able to contend a little more, no matter what, I will fight for it." When Jiang Wan heard his words, the corners of her eyes slowly curved downwards, and she smiled faintly. As expected of Jiang Quan, having been an official for so many years, he was able to see the important point at a glance. In today's matter, the witness was actually not the most important, and the material evidence was also not the most important. It all depended on how the case was tried. The attitude that Sun Tzu revealed was the most important. Jiang Quan probably thought that Sun Tzu would not dare to go too far on the account of his colleague, but Sun Tzu's attitude could only explain one thing: someone was supporting Jiang Wan. No matter who that person was, to be able to make Sun Tzu bend his back, the person's background was certainly not small. When Jiang Quan pleaded guilty, he even held back a trick. He pretended to plead guilty in such a magnanimous manner, but his last few sentences caused people to involuntarily think of other things. Even if he pleaded guilty, he still took the opportunity to splash a basin of dirty water on Jiang Wan and Sun Tzu. This was really sinister. But why would Jiang Quan do such a thing? Jiang Wan smiled faintly. Jiang Quan had never been one to waste time on useless things. Since he had already admitted his crime, what was the use of this kind of insignificant splashing of dirty water? This kind of behavior was like that of an incompetent person who had no way of dealing with anything, and in Jiang Ruan's eyes, she only felt that it was ridiculous. She slowly stood up and walked to Jiang Quan's side. Everyone silently watched this pair of father and daughter. Jiang Quan was agitated, his old face flushed red and distorted. His originally thin and protruding cheekbones were now somewhat black, and he no longer had the appearance of a dashing and confident young official. On the other hand, Jiang Wan was in the prime of her youth. She was born with snow-white skin and a beautiful face, but her expression was very calm, and even carried a trace of a gentle smile. Between these two people, one was ugly and one was beautiful, one was manic and one was calm, one was angry and one was smiling. There was really not a trace of father-daughter relationship between them. Jiang Wan walked to stand in front of Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan stared angrily at her. His gaze contained anger and resentment, and even a trace of fear, but there was really not a trace of warmth to be found. Jiang Wan was already used to it. She stopped in front of Jiang Quan and suddenly sighed. She said softly, "So, even the minister Jiang, who has always been ambitious and pure to the bones, will have a moment when he succumbs to power." Her words were full of sighs, but they were like a fierce hammer that fiercely pounded on Jiang Quan's heart. Vaguely, what appeared before his eyes was the time when he was flushed with success and had become an upstart in the court. Even though his ambition was as big as the heavens, his luck was as thin as paper. He had always wanted to put on an appearance of being pure and untainted by the secular world, but now, he had to voluntarily admit that he had prostrated before the footsteps of power. This was a fatal blow to him, and also an unbearable humiliation. And this humiliation came from his daughter, whom he had crushed from the bottom of his heart into the mud. The more glorious Jiang Wan was, the more Jiang Quan felt that his current position was lowly. From the bottom of his heart, he was a cowardly and hypocritical person. He had always valued the way others looked at him, so he had spent so many years to forge himself into an honest and upright person. At this moment, when this outer layer of skin was torn apart, Jiang Quan could no longer bear it. He felt as if he could not breathe and directly fainted. The two officials hurriedly took Jiang Quan away. Sun Tzu slammed the gavel and shouted, "The criminal subject Jiang Quan pleads guilty in court. He conspired with the concubine, Xia Shi, to murder his first wife and cruelly harm his children. His heinous crimes are unpardonable. The evidence of his crimes is clear and witnessed by thousands of people. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Outside, the crowd of onlookers who were watching the commotion immediately flared up. Zhao Guang clenched his fists tightly. Today, he had already restrained himself very well. However, even though he had heard Jiang Quan plead guilty and knew that he would definitely not be able to escape the blame, Zhao Guang still could not stop himself from losing control. Zhao Yuanjia comforted him, but Zhao Yuanping and Zhao Yuanfeng looked at each other, their gazes somewhat heavy. Jiang Wan stood indifferently on the spot as she watched Jiang Quan being dragged away. Slowly, she lowered her eyes. Was it over just like that? Of course not. Chapter 203. In a corner of the palace, Jiang Dan changed her usual leisurely attitude and became somewhat anxious. Even her personal palace maid could see that something was wrong with her. She forcefully sat down on the chair again and slowly grasped the back of the chair. The palace maid finally could not help but say, "Your ladyship is worried about Minister Zhang's matter. Your ladyship should pay attention to your body. If His Majesty knew, he would also be worried." Jiang Ruan's expression changed. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile and sighed, "I just did not expect Jijia to be so heartless. In any case, he is my biological father. How could he be so heartless? Although Ben Gong and father are not very close, it is still somewhat unbearable to watch him fall into such a situation." As she said this, she seemed to be worried and pressed the center of her forehead. "Your ladyship is too kind," the palace maid could not help but advise, "it's just that right now, you should take good care of yourself." Jiang Dan waved her hand and shook her head, "Ben Gong understands. You can withdraw first." The palace maid looked at Jiang Dan worriedly and retreated, leaving Jiang Dan alone in the large hall. She occasionally used her nails to slide down the armrest of the chair, her expression somewhat sinister. Jiang Quan had already been sent to prison. She did not expect that Jiang Ruan's ability was so great that after so many years, she could still produce evidence. At present, it was only Jiang Quan who was involved, but at that time, Butterfly also knew that she had worked for Xia Yan. Why did she not reveal this matter? Butterfly naturally would not keep it a secret for Jiang Dan. In fact, Jiang Dan had already guessed the possibility that Jiang Ruan had deliberately suppressed this fact. She already knew that she was the one who had poisoned her and Zhao Mei. As soon as she thought of this, Jiang Dan felt extremely guilty. She was very clear about Jiang Ruan's methods. From the daughter of a mountain village that no one had ever paid any attention to the current Jining Wangfei that no one dared to look down on, Jiang Wan had practically swallowed up the minister's fu bite by bite, eradicating the people who opposed her. Jiang Wan did not recognize even her own kin and haggled over every little thing. How could she let her off? The reason why there was no movement now must be because she had a backup plan. The more Jiang Dan thought about it, the more afraid she became. She could not help but bite her lower lip. After a moment, she suddenly ordered her trusted aide, Zhu Er, to come in and said, "I have something to tell you." At the same time, on the horse carriage on the way back to the Fu, Jin Sen asked Jiang Wan in puzzlement, "Since young Furen knows that Jiang Zhaoyi is also the culprit who harmed Furen, why did you not take advantage of the situation and let the butterflies bite her out?" Even for imperial concubines, as long as the life of an official's wife was involved, they would have to go through the trial themselves. Even the emperor could not intervene. Why did young madam let her off? "I won't let her off." Jiang Wan smiled faintly, "I just don't want to let her off so easily." There were too many loopholes in Butterfly's story. The reason why Jiang Quan had been caught was because Xiao Xiao had interfered in the matter. Moreover, Jiang Quan's career seemed to have reached its end. He did not have much influence in the imperial court, so His Majesty would not have too many objections to this. However, Jiang Dan had been implicated. She was currently favored, and if someone were to carefully examine this case, it wouldn't be difficult to find suspicious points. Don't forget, the butterfly and the so-called evidence were all created by us. It's impossible to not leave any traces behind. Jin-san thought for a while before he nodded and said, even so, it would be a pity to give up on this opportunity. Does young madam already have a good idea? Jiang Dan has a suspicious temperament. Although her actions are ruthless, after so many years, she is still cowardly and timid. She is afraid that the matter will be exposed, so she is probably running around in circles in the palace right now. In her anxiety, how could she have the time to ponder over the strangeness of this case? Her mind is probably filled with thoughts on how to avoid being discovered. Jin-san, after we return to the Fu, arrange a few embroidered uniform guards to protect Jiang Quan in secret. Before Jiang Quan is sentenced, he cannot be silenced. Jiang Dan instructed. Jin-san was shocked, she actually wants to silence him. As he spoke, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This kind of woman, in order to protect herself, would actually do such a thing. It's no wonder that she would make a move against the former madam. However, although young madam protected Jiang Quan, what will happen after that? Jiang Wan smiled faintly, I don't want to take the initiative to make a move. Once I take the initiative, I will be the first to expose myself. What I need to do now is to lure the snake out of its hole. The more anxious she is, the easier it is for her to make a mistake. I will lure her into taking action, but in the end, she will be the one buried in the grave. Her words were gentle, but Jin-san felt as if there was an indifferent chill in them. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Looking at Jiang Ruan's sweet smile, he understood that she had a well-thought-out plan, so he simply put his heart at ease. When they returned to the Jiang Fu, unexpectedly, there were a few unfamiliar guards at the Fu's entrance. Although these guards were only dressed in the ordinary attire of the Fu's imperial guards, Jiang Wan could tell at a glance that there was something different about them. She had always been good at observing the details. These guards had solemn expressions and orderly appearances, and even the embroidered uniform guards were not inferior. Jiang Wan frowned. In any case, she had stayed in the palace for so many years in her previous life, and these people looked somewhat like the imperial guards. Seeing her approach, the guards nodded their heads and said, "Your subordinates greet the Wangfei." Jin-san and Tianju's expressions changed slightly. It was Steward Lin who had jogged over. When he saw Jiang Wan, he was also slightly stunned, as if he had not expected her to return so early. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Young madam, why are you so early?" Pretending not to see the abnormality in these people, Jiang Ruan's manner was calm as she said, "I am a little tired. Steward Lin, I will go to the study to sit. If there is anything, let's wait for Xiao Xiao to return first." At the mention of the study, Steward Lin paused again. Among the surrounding unfamiliar guards, the leader of the imperial guards suddenly spoke, "Wangfei, do you want to go to the study?" Jiang Wan ignored him, as if she had not heard him at all. She only lifted her feet and walked in the direction of the Fu's study. The expression of the leader of the imperial guards changed, and he immediately blocked Jiang Ruan's way. In a low voice, he said, "Will the Wangfei please step aside?" Jiang Wan looked at him quietly. Her gaze was calm, as if there was not a trace of prayer in it. She just looked at that person indifferently. That person was finally somewhat speechless under her gaze. Jiang Wan then said indifferently, "Steward Lin, is this the new imperial guard? He does not know the rules. This subordinate is not a new imperial guard. That leader of the imperial guards had been around for many years. What kind of high officials and nobles had he not seen? As long as there were some officials, they would still have to give him some face. This was the first time that he had unhesitatingly slapped someone's face. However, although he was somewhat embarrassed, his temper was still good. He did not have a one-track mind to argue with Jiang Wan. His expression was also very humble. "Is there something strange here?" Jiang Wan smiled, "Since you are an imperial guard of the outer Fu, you are an outsider. Outsiders still want to meddle in the affairs of Jining Wang Fu. Even if your master's influence is extensive, as long as his surname is not Xiao, he will not be able to meddle here. Jiang Ruan said indifferently. That imperial guard was startled and looked at Jiang Ruan inquiringly. Jiang Ruan's expression was calm as she met his gaze. That person's heart became alert. He knew that Jiang Ruan roughly understood the identity of the person inside. But even so, how could she still dare to? Jiang Ruan's heart was cold. She indeed seemed to have guessed the identity of the person inside. Although she did not understand, she felt more of a faint disgust. On a normal day, she would most likely just avoid it and walk away. But now that it was related to Jining Wang Fu, she was unhappy. Although the main culprit in her previous life was not that person, since then, she had always been extremely disgusted with the people of this ancestral shrine. In this life, she would avoid them if she could. Who would have thought that they would still be mixed together? But on what basis did he have the qualifications to meddle in other people's lives? Jiang Ruan smiled faintly, but that smile was not gentle. It carried a trace of unquestionable strength. This imperial guard of the outer Fu, can you step aside now? That imperial guard originally wanted to directly refuse, but when he met Jiang Ruan's gaze, he suddenly could not bring himself to say anything. He recalled that the woman in front of him was even able to sue her own father in court. This kind of woman who did not put worldly etiquette in her eyes must have a very insolent temperament. "Young madam, please enter." It was Steward Lin who spoke. He said, "The Wang Fu is your home. You can go wherever you want to go. Why can't you go to your own home? Young master is in the study. Young madam must have worked hard today. Later, this old servant will ask the kitchen to send some sweet soup." Steward Lin spoke with a smile, but the leader of the Imperial Guards looked at him in disbelief and said, "If there's anything, I will bear the responsibility." Steward Lin was somewhat impatient. Besides, what young madam said is not wrong. The Xiao family's matters have nothing to do with you. It's better if outsiders do not interfere. These words were somewhat unyielding and could even be said to be rude. Although Steward Lin was usually unreliable when it came to Xiao's matters, as a steward, he was still very tactful. It was very unusual for him to speak in such a merciless manner today. The Imperial Guards behind the leader of the Imperial Guards were somewhat indignant, seemingly dissatisfied that their master had suffered such humiliation. They almost wanted to jump up and argue. Unexpectedly, Jin San and Tian Zhu suddenly blocked in front of Jiang Ruan. Their expressions were also slightly vigilant as they said to Jiang Ruan, "Young madam, please go over first, in case you catch a cold by standing here." Everyone in Jining Wang Fu knew that they were protective of their shortcomings, but they did not expect that they would be so protective of a Wang Fei who had just married. The Imperial Guards had never received such treatment in their lives, and for a moment, they were very angry. But to make a move in Jining Wang Fu was certainly not beneficial. There were countless secret guards of the embroidered uniform guard here, so they could only watch angrily as Jiang Ruan swaggered away. Steward Lin followed by Jiang Ruan's side, and as he walked, his expression was grave and stern. He had always been lively and cheerful, but this was the first time he had been so nervous. He said, "Young madam, since you entered the Wang Fu, you are a member of the Xiao family. You are one with the young master. You should also know a little about the young master's matters." He had something to say, so Jiang Ruan did not speak and waited for Steward Lin to continue. Sure enough, Steward Lin continued, "These years, the young master has not had an easy time. Outsiders can only see his external glory, but this old servant has seen the young master's appearance since he was a baby. This old servant has watched him grow up. It's just that the young master is not used to telling everything." At that time, not long after the old Wang Ye and Wang Fei met with an accident, the young master took over the embroidered uniform guard and went to the southern frontier alone. He came back alive, but he was half dead. Xia Wu treated the scars on his body for 3 whole days without rest. There are many people in the capital who want the young master's life. Some are from the southern frontier, some are from the Jin dynasty, and there are all kinds of people. In order to protect the embroidered uniform guard, the young master has suffered a lot over the years. Now, seeing him marry a wife, this old servant is very gratified. With his temperament, he probably doesn't care about anything and has lived his whole life for the sake of his mission. Now that he finally has something that he wants to hold on to, he appears to be a little more like an ordinary young man. Steward Lin looked at Jiang Wan and the beard at the corner of his mouth twitched. Young madam is a good girl. When I heard Jean San and the others say that the young master treated young madam differently, this old servant knew that only young madam could help him. Although our Jining Wangfu is invincible and has stood tall in the Jin dynasty for so many years, there seems to be nothing that can knock it down, but there are too many things that it has to bear. Ordinary young ladies would not be able to bear it, but young madam can. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the door of the study. Steward Lin stopped in his tracks and looked at Jiang Wan seriously and solemnly. Young madam, in this world, only you are able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Jiang Wan followed suit and stopped in her tracks. The door of the study was not closed and was left ajar. Unexpectedly, there was not a single guard outside. It was obvious that they had deliberately sent everyone away to stop here. The voice of the person inside clearly reached their ears. One of the voices was deep and abnormally familiar, with a kind of arrogance that came from someone who was used to bossing people around. However, at this moment, it was probably because he was exasperated that his voice was somewhat unsteady and had completely lost his usual grace. In a heavy tone, he said, "Don't persist in going about things the wrong way. What's so good about that woman? Now that all the civil and military officials in the court know that she has accused her biological father, how will the common people of the great Jin dynasty view her? How will others view you? We originally thought that as long as you liked her, as long as she lived her days in peace, we would tolerate it. But look at her, how can she stir up such a big storm? Pushing you to the heart of the storm, how can you still look like a wife?" As soon as he arrived, he heard the accusation against Jiang Wan. Steward Lin blushed with shame and could not help but turn his head to sneak a glance at Jiang Ruan's expression. Jiang Ruan's expression was calm, and she did not feel the slightest discomfort from being scolded. Even when she heard the voice, she did not show the slightest bit of surprise, as if she had long known who the person inside was. Jiang Wan listened silently. The person inside was indeed as she had imagined, the current emperor. At that time, even before she and Xiao Xiao had gotten married, she had felt that the emperor treated Xiao Xiao differently, including Empress Dowager Ida. However, what was certain was that these two people's attitudes towards Xiao Xiao were extremely tolerant. This was also why even though the old Jining Wang couple had committed the crime of rebellion, Xiao Xiao was still safe and sound, and even had the emperor's trust. Although she was not clear about the reason, Jiang Wan could faintly guess that this was not because the emperor was a wise ruler of his generation, appointing people based on talent. How could he allow others to sleep soundly on his side couch? In fact, no emperor would tolerate the descendants of rebellious ministers to enter the court alive and become officials. There must be a reason for this. Following the emperor's furious voice was Xiao Xiao's cold and indifferent voice, "Your Majesty, this is this official's family matter." "Shut up." The emperor seemed to have been stabbed. "Don't forget what your surname is. Your surname is not Xiao. The blood that flows in your body is the blood of the Xian family. What family matter? Your family matter is Zhen's family matter." Jiang Ruan's eyes widened in shock. Even though she had never revealed her emotions, she could not help but be absent-minded when she heard these words. The words of the person inside were incomparably clear, and there was almost no possibility that she had heard wrongly. She had thought of thousands of possibilities, but she had never imagined that it would be like this. "Xiao Xiao, Xian Xiao. Your Majesty, why do you insist on acting your own way?" Xiao Xiao's tone was indifferent. this official has no relationship with the imperial family. Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. His words were also very cold, almost very provocative. This is not up to you to decide. The emperor snorted coldly. Chen has done so much for you, hiding you in Jining Wang Fu for so many years without restoring your identity and secrets, all in order to pave the way. There will be a day when the empire of the great Jin dynasty will be handed over to your hands. You will be a member of the imperial family, the future heir to the throne of the great Jin dynasty. How dare you say that there is no relationship? Housekeeper Lin lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiang Ruan's expression. Jiang Ruan clenched her fists and slowly calmed down. Yes, in her previous life, Xiao Xiao had finally killed Xianli and sat on the throne. So that was the case, so he was originally a member of the Huang family, and the emperor had originally intended to pass the throne to him. There is a difference between a ruler and a subject. Xiao Xiao was still unmoved. Your Majesty's empire should be handed over to a more talented person. I will not accept your Majesty's arrangements. You, stubborn and thick-headed. The emperor was so angry that he stomped his feet. Suddenly, he thought of something and changed the topic. Is it because of that girl that you insist on refusing the throne? We have heard that you only dote on her. How can this be? We originally thought that you were young and did not understand the pros and cons. Since you truly like that girl, then marrying her would be fine. But now that you only dote on her, how will you convince the masses in the future? The people of the Jin dynasty do not need an emperor who is only infatuated with the love between a man and a woman. I have already said this, as if mentioning Jiang Ruan made Xiao Xiao somewhat unhappy. His tone suddenly became more serious. I do not agree with your arrangements. Your Majesty should choose another brilliant one. Not only was Xiao Xiao somewhat unhappy, but housekeeper Lin's face also showed some displeasure. What kind of existence was Jiang Ruan in Jining Wang Fu now? She was the young madam that everyone publicly acknowledged and greatly admired. What did the emperor mean by beating someone to death with a stick? Even the emperor could not casually deny a person's merits. Moreover, this was the young madam that everyone unanimously agreed was perfect. Inside and outside the room, the three people were all unhappy. Only Jiang Ruan was the calmest. She was not sad because of this. Since ancient times, she had been disliked by the emperor, and she did not care about it in this life or in the past. Ah Xiao, the emperor's tone suddenly softened, as if admitting defeat. Could it be that you have forgotten your father? We have promised him. Your Majesty, Xiao Xiao interrupted him, his tone suddenly becoming sharp. You have also promised my mother. The emperor abruptly stopped speaking. Chapter 205. After an unknown amount of time, the emperor's slightly tired voice could be heard. No matter what, Ma Xiao, you should consider what I said today. Finished speaking, he looked as if he was about to leave the room. Jiang Ruan hurriedly hid with Butler Lin in a room at the side. After watching the emperor leave, Butler Lin looked at Jiang Ruan, hesitated, and said, "What does young foreign want to know?" There is no harm in asking the young master now. The young master will not hide anything from you. Jiang Ruan nodded, thought for a moment, and then slowly entered the study. In the study, Xiao Xiao sat in front of the table, thinking about something. When he saw her, he was not surprised, and only said, "You heard everything?" Jiang Ruan nodded. Xiao Xiao was a person with martial arts, and his martial arts were not weak. Just now, when she and Butler Lin stayed outside, the emperor could not hear their breathing, but Xiao Xiao might have heard it. She was afraid that he had deliberately let her hear it. She sat down beside Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's collar was inlaid with a black qilin pattern, showing a deep golden luster. It was suffused with a cold light, and it made his expression look very grave. "Ah Ruan, I have something to tell you," Xiao Xiao said. Just in time, Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. "I also have something to tell you." Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned, and looked at Jiang Ruan with some doubt. Jiang Wan looked at the thick booklet on the table. The booklet was neat and tidy, as if to show how often this master read them on a daily basis. Xiao Xiao was attentive and cautious. There were many things that he did not say, but it did not mean that he did not know. The husband and wife each had their own secrets, and Jiang Wan had always wanted to confess. Now that Xiao Xiao had brought it up first, she felt that it would be better for her to say it first. Do you remember, when we returned from Jianan Mountain, I said something to you? Jiang Wan smiled. I said that I had something to tell you. Xiao Xiao said, I remember. What I want to tell you now is this matter. Jiang Wan sighed, and a trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes. In fact, I do not know how you will look at me after hearing it. Perhaps you will stay at a respectful distance, or perhaps nothing will happen. But no matter what, I will continue to speak. I think that we should be frank. Her tone was magnanimous. Even if there was a trace of uncertainty and hesitation, she continued after a short pause. You have probably ordered the embroidered uniform guards to investigate me. The general's mansion's disaster relief rations, the ambush my big brother suffered in the forest, and great master Hui Ju. You must have many questions. Sometimes, you even think that I can predict the future. You must also not be aware that because of the harm Xia Yan had done to my mother, I had acted against the Xia family. Even now, I am still obstructing Xianli, including everyone in Li Dong's residence. Xiao Xiao stared at her solemnly. It was true, the things she had said were all things that he had been suspicious of in the past. No matter how powerful the embroidered uniform guards were, they still could not find any clues, and the only possibility seemed too absurd. You must be very surprised that I seem to have a close relationship with the 13th prince, and that Grand Tutor Lu seems to want to help me. I am always aware of what is happening in the court. Xiao Xiao, this isn't a coincidence. Jiang Wan looked at him and suddenly laughed, because I already knew what would happen. I have personally experienced these things. I have died once, Xiao Xiao. Wan. Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. He frowned. You don't have to tell me. Even if it was just a few words spoken casually, it was enough to shock people. Every word spoken was not something that a normal person could accept. However, Jiang Wan herself did not realize that even though she tried her best to conceal it, when she said these words, her eyes still revealed a peculiar madness. You don't believe me? Jiang Wan asked. No, I believe you. Xiao Xiao said, I just feel that if what you want to say makes you feel pain, you don't have to say it. I don't necessarily need to know. I don't care what happened in the past, as long as you are by my side now. You will always be my Wang Fei. His tone was flat, and his expression was cold and without a ripple. However, his eyes quickly flashed a trace of indulgence that was difficult to detect. The comfort in these words warmed her heart. Jiang Wan looked at him and suddenly smiled, but I am willing to tell you that there are some things that have been bottled up in my heart for a long time. If you can share some of them with me, I will also feel much more relaxed. At least, it will make me feel that I am not alone in this life. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled and did not speak for a moment. Jiang Wan paused and slowly said, the me that you see now should not have been like this. When I was 5 years old, my mother passed away and Xia Yan became the D-mother. On the surface, she treated me very amiably and Jiang Su Su was also very amiable, but the servants always bullied and humiliated me. At that time, I did not understand and only felt that there were many wicked servants in the Fu. It was only later that I understood that if there were no instructions from the master, how would a servant dare to bully the D-daughter of the Fu? But no matter what, in the end, I was still sent to the rural residence. My eldest brother secretly received a hint from Xia Yan and thought that as long as he left, they would not treat me unfairly. Thus, he left home at a young age, and we, brother and sister, were separated. Later, I lived in the rural residence. Life there was very bad. Everyone forgot that I was actually the D-daughter of the minister of the secretariat. Many times, my life was worse than that of a servant. Zhang Lan and her daughter plundered all my belongings and ordered me around like a slave. Their family's wastrel son even wanted to fight with me. Jiang Yuan noticed that Xiao Xiao's brows were knitting more and more tightly. She smiled and said, "Presumably, the embroidered uniform guard also told you about these things. You know. That year, I did not meet Imperial Censor Wang, and because of this, I did not receive any redress. I stayed in the rural residence for 8 years. Midway through, I learned that my eldest brother had died on the battlefield. I thought that life was hopeless. The minister of the secretariat in the capital seemed to have thrown me to the back of their minds. I wrote many letters home, but I never received a reply. I thought that I would spend the rest of my life in the rural residence until I died. Who knew that in the 8th year, someone from the capital would come to take me back to the minister of the secretariat? I was very happy, thinking that my father finally remembered me. She spoke without rhyme or reason. If it had been an ordinary person, they would certainly not have understood what she was saying. However, Xiao Xiao only quietly stared at her. His gaze seemed to be intertwined with complex emotions. His hand, which was wearing a wrist guard, was tightly clenched into a fist. He did his best to suppress the shock in his heart and looked at her as calmly as possible. I was taken back to the minister of the secretariat. In front of the gates of the secretariat, under the attention of all the onlookers, I was dressed in rags and completely without any etiquette. Like a beggar, I accepted Xia Yan and Jiang Su's affectionate greetings. The more pure and kind she was like a fairy, the more dirty I appeared. At that moment, I felt deeply ashamed. Her tone was flat as she said these words, but her fingernails dug deeper and deeper. Not long after I returned to the capital, it was the annual Lantern Festival. On the Ling Long boat, you did not come that time, but all the aristocratic children in the capital were there. Jiang Su asked me to dance so that I would not lose face for the minister of the secretariat. She told me that I only needed to dance the songs and dances that were usually performed at banquets in the rural residence to liven things up. That day, I fell off the Ling Long boat and was fished out, dripping wet. I became the laughingstock of the entire capital. She unconsciously dug her fingernails deeper and deeper. Even when blood appeared, she was completely unaware. In this world, there were many injuries that would not fade with the passage of time. If she did not think about it, it would not hurt, but every time she thought about it, every memory would be filled with pain and unwillingness. At this moment, a slender and slightly cool hand reached over and gently pried open the fingers that she had dug deep into her palm. Afraid that she would hurt herself again, he wrapped her small hand in his own slender palm. Jiang Yuan looked at his actions in a daze. Only when she felt the warmth in her palm did she understand. She took a deep breath and her expression gradually calmed down. Later on, Jiang Su and I attended various gatherings in the name of the minister's Fu's daughter. Xia Yan hired a teacher for me, but she never taught me how to read, write, or manage the household chores. She only said that women did not need to learn these things, and only asked me to learn how to sing, dance, and play the zither. I did not know anything. Every day, when I went out with Jiang Su, outsiders would only praise her for her outstanding beauty and skills, but to me, she was a vulgar and unfashionable idiot beauty. Later on, the reputation of an idiot beauty also disappeared. I don't know when, but rumors started to spread in the capital. Earlier on in the rural residence, the matter of Chen Zhao bullying me was also brought up. They said that I was young and did not know how to respect myself, that I knew how to seduce men, and that I had lost my virtue. At that time, I was about to reach marriageable age, and my reputation was already a complete mess. Xiao Xiao slowly put his arm around her shoulders and pulled half of her body to lean against his chest. Only when he pulled her into his embrace did he realize that Jiang Ruan's body was as stiff as a block of wood. Her whole body was stretched taut, as if she was extremely nervous. Xiao Xiao patted her back, and the gentleness of comforting a child caused her to relax a little. Jiang Wan continued, when my reputation was so bad, there was only one person who treated me with the same kindness, and that was Xianli. Xiao was startled. A trace of sorrow flashed through Jiang Ruan's tone. That day at Ling Long Boat, when I made a fool of myself, he also disregarded everyone's gazes and came to comfort me. From then on, I thought that he was a kind and gentle person. Later on, he often came to the minister's fu to talk to Jiang Quan, and he would also bring me some small gifts. He never called me an idiot beauty like others did, and he also never looked at me strangely. When Jiang Su and I appeared at the same time, he would not only have Jiang Su in his eyes and ignore me. At that time, I was truly happy. The year I reached the age of Ji, His Majesty wanted to summon a new batch of beautiful women to enter the palace. Any concubine daughter of an official's family could also enter the palace. However, at that time, the Jiang and Xia families were rising steadily, and the emperor was already feeling apprehensive. In the name of the concubine selection, it was better to say that they had been thrown into the palace as hostages to warn the minister's fu. Jiang Li and Jiang Dan were only concubine daughters, so it was not important, and the emperor would also not be satisfied. Jiang Quan blocked Jiang Su's portrait, and submitted mine. Xiao stroked her hair. Even now, when she spoke of this matter, there was a trace of deep self-mockery in her tone. Perhaps, in both her previous and current lives, Jiang Wan had not been able to understand one thing, and that was why Jiang Quan had treated her so. As biological father and daughter, no matter how indifferent he was, he should not have treated her this way. It was as if he treated an outsider better than her. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Jiang Quan and she, perhaps, had formed an old grudge in their previous lives, but in this life, they had to use the name of father and daughter to settle the score. I was not willing to enter the palace, did not want to live with a man I had never met, and did not want to fight and scheme with a group of women in the depths of the palace. However, Jiang Quan said that if I did not go, the entire minister's fu would be buried along with my willfulness. At that time, Xianli also advised me. He said that he would be able to protect me in the palace, and that one day, he would make me his legitimate wife. Xiao raised his eyebrows without batting an eyelid. He probably felt that Xianli's words were a little too arrogant. Now, Xianli's wife was not Jiang Wan. The competition between men had never been based on big talk, but on real ability. I did not understand the fickleness of human nature, so I believed him. I volunteered to replace Jiang Su and enter the palace as a concubine. Jiang Wan paused. In her ears, it seemed that before entering the palace, the clothes made by the people in the minister's fu, or the loving and grateful faces, every word made her feel disgusted. If she had known that later on, she would have died for the sake of such a group of ruthless jackals and wolves, even if she had to die, she would have dragged the entire minister's fu to the crime of deceiving the monarch to make amends. The days in the palace were the darkest days of my life. I was ridiculed by the imperial concubines, bullied by the palace maids, and everyone knew that I was not favored. Sometimes, I was even treated as a dancer of His Majesty's favored concubine. Even if I had a rank, no one paid any attention to me. I did not have a family that I could rely on. In order to show their loyalty, the minister's fu would not interfere in the affairs of the inner palace and would never give me any support. They even hoped that I would die, so that perhaps they could win a trace of the emperor's remorse. She seemed to have thought of something as she smiled slightly. Later, the emperor gave Pei to me and raised him under my name. Pei was also an unfavored prince in the palace. We were neglected, and I was very grateful. Perhaps he was a gift from the heavens in my previous life. Knowing that I would not be able to hold on by myself, he gave me such a child. Xiao's gaze moved slightly as he suddenly understood why Xian Pei was so attached to Jiang Wan. Just as Guan Lianghan had unintentionally said, Pei was like a nestling clinging to its mother. If it was a mother and son from a previous life, it would indeed be the same in this life. But if that was the case, could it be that Pei also had memories of his previous life? Up until now, Xiao Xiao had heard that Jiang Ruan's past was very tragic. He was unable to understand everything that Jiang Ruan had encountered. He was even more unable to imagine that this powerful woman in front of him, who did not care about anything, had also had a time of helplessness and despair. Xianli had his great ambitions to accomplish. He hoped that I would be an obedient chess piece in the palace, and that some of the things that were inconvenient for him to do could be done through my hands. Later on, he really did achieve this. That day, they killed the emperor, but pushed all the blame on me. They said that I had poisoned His Majesty and that I was a demoness who would bring calamity to the country. Sweat gradually seeped out of her palms, but her body was somewhat cold. They pushed me down from the 9 high steps, and my father personally ordered people to capture me. He simply did not protect me as he said he would. All he wanted was a stone to pave the road. When the road was paved, the stone would be useless. R1. Xiao Xiao could not help but hug her tightly. He was shocked and distressed by her words, but he could not do anything. He could only comfort her at this moment. But only he himself knew that at that moment, to Jiang Ruan, his comfort was of no use at all. Xiao Xiao, do you think that this is the end? Jiang Ruan shook her head and smiled. My hell has just begun. I was sent to the heavenly prison, and someone rescued me from the cells of the condemned prisoners. I thought that escaping with my life was the beginning of the torture. Jiang Su Su told me that there were more than 100 lives in the General Fu, and all of them were executed as traitors after Xianli ascended to the throne. She told me that eldest brother had been killed, and mother had also been killed. The main culprit was what I thought were my sisters and relatives. She said that she was already displeased that I had occupied the title of daughter for too long. On that day, she pierced my eyes, chopped off my nose, pulled out my tongue, chopped off my limbs, and turned me into a human swine. Xiao Xiao, as the master of the brocade guards for so many years, you should know what a human swine is. I am like a swallowed monster, and just looking at me makes people feel disgusted. R1. Xiao Xiao could not help but shout. He took a deep breath. He had always known that a strong heart must have come from a very deep torment. Jiang Quan's strength was different from ordinary people, and he must have suffered a lot of pain that ordinary people would not have experienced. But all his speculations could not compare to Jiang Ruan's pain at this moment. At this moment, he empathized with her and deeply understood Jiang Ruan's pain and despair. He understood why Jiang Ruan had always hated the Xia family and Jiang Quan so much. If it were him, his hatred would not be any less than Jiang Ruan's. Xiao Xiao, who had always been indifferent and unmoved by anything, actually felt a trace of panic. If he lost Jiang Ruan, what would happen? Jiang Ruan did not move and let him hug her tightly. She slowly said. Later, she wanted someone to hand me over to Li Dong. In the Prime Minister's Fu, before my eyes, I saw Li Dong. She was finally unable to speak, and her voice was already choked with sobs. I can endure anything, if it was directed at me, I would accept it. But they didn't even let my child off. In this lifetime, I will never forgive them. I will always remember the pain they brought me. In this lifetime, I am here for revenge. She looked at Xiao Xiao and slowly said, in the 18th year of Xuanda, Jiang Su Su became the empress, Jiang Quan became a first-class official, the Xia family's chickens and dogs ascended to heaven, and I died. I died at the hands of the servants of the Prime Minister's Fu. When I opened my eyes, I found myself back in the rural residence. I rejoiced that this was a chance given to me by the heavens. I worked hard to climb up, met Imperial Censor Wang, saved my eldest brother, and brought him to the General's Fu to avoid disaster. Everything I did was to prevent what happened in my previous life from happening again. Everything I did was to return to collect a debt of blood. She looked at Xiao Xiao, and tears gradually welled up in her eyes. I am a dead person, Xiao Xiao, do you understand? These words made one's heart jump, but Xiao Xiao only looked at her, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace again. He hugged her tightly, and in his embrace, she was as weak as a newborn beast, and could be easily broken by others. He gritted his teeth, and the expression on his elegant face was one of forbearance. He clenched his teeth with all his might, and the rims of his eyes were somewhat red. However, his tone was flat, and he still used his usual unquestionable expression. I understand, but I don't care. You are my wife, and you are a member of the Xiao family. I will not hate you because of this, and I will not feel that you are an anomaly. I only regret that in my previous life, I did not meet you earlier. He took a deep breath, and then continued, I regret that in my previous life, I missed you, and that you suffered so much. Jiang Wan stared blankly, and slowly reached out to hug his waist. Half smiling and half sighing, she said, Fool, what does this have to do with you? The master of the embroidered uniform guard, who had always been cold-blooded and invincible, was not the slightest bit unhappy when someone called him a fool. At this moment, Xiao Xiao only wanted to protect the person in front of him forever. As long as he thought about how, in some unknown lifetime, he had lost the person in front of him, his heart would ache so much that he could not breathe. And every sentence of Jiang Ruan's downplaying of the pain she had suffered in the past was a death of 1,000 cuts for him in this life. He had never known that his wife had so many secrets. In this life, she had come bearing secrets, and lived for the sake of hatred. In those years when no one knew of her secrets, how lonely she had been. He did not dare to think about it. Jiang Wan slowly let go of him, and raised her head to look at him. The young man slightly bent over, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with indifference and gentleness like in the past. Just looking at them made people feel at ease. There was not the slightest trace of avoidance or disgust in his gaze. He was so sincere. Jiang Wan suddenly stretched out her hand to cover his eyes. His long eyelashes brushed past Jiang Ruan's palm, and there was a ticklish sensation. Jiang Wan slowly closed her eyes and kissed him. Fortunately, in this lifetime, you have not missed anything, and neither have I. Steward Lin sat restlessly outside for a long time. Finally, he decided to see what was going on inside. Cautiously standing at the door of the study, he used a needle to poke a small hole in the window and peered inside. Suddenly, he was stunned. In one breath, he jumped far away and retreated into the courtyard. Jean C looked at him curiously, Old Lin, did young master and young madam quarrel? Why are you hiding? Steward Lin did not hear her words, and only frowned as he thought hard. How could they have ended up kissing? What the young master wanted to talk about should be very serious, and should not have gone off the rails to this extent. But why did young madam want to cover the young master's eyes? Could it be? Old Lin's eyes brightened. The booklet that he had ordered people to hide under the mattress in Xiao Xiao's bedroom had been seen by young madam. Young madam was indeed a heroine, and was good at applying what she had learned. Covering her eyes was very novel, but wasn't it a little too bold in the study? But this was also good. If she could learn from the future young master of genieing Wangfu early on, that would be the best. She just could not let anyone find out. Steward Lin's complexion changed, and he sternly said to Jean C, Young madam and the young master are discussing something very important in the study, do not disturb them. If the emperor, those imperial bodyguards come to cause trouble again, beat them all out. Not just anyone can behave atrociously in the Wangfu. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the kitchen. I have to instruct the cook to make something to nourish the body. I'm afraid that young madam has been working hard. Jean C shrugged his shoulders. Jean San popped out from behind and scratched his head. Why do I feel that old Lin is the one who has gone off the rails? Chapter 206. In the 8th Princess Fu, Xianli threw the letter into the flames. In an instant, the flames licked the words on the paper and turned it into a pile of ashes. The advisor behind him could not help but ask, "Why did your highness refute Jiang Zhaoyi's idea?" Jiang Dan's proposal to join forces with Xian Li to overthrow Jinying Wangfu was tempting. Since Jiang Dan had said so, she must have an idea. With Xian Li's cautious temperament, he should have listened, but Xian Li had rejected Jiang Dan without hesitation. This was really strange. She is anxious now, that's why she can't keep her cool. Presumably, she has something on Jiang Wan and wants to borrow my hand to deal with Jiang Wan. At the same time, she also mentioned Jinying Wangfu. What good ideas can she have? Moreover, it's really not worth my help. Xian Li looked at the dancing flames. Moreover, this woman is very scheming and has already mixed with Lao Wu. The advisor followed Xian Li's gaze and looked at the flames. He knew that it was a secret protection from the palace. For Jiang Dan to have a relationship with Xian Hua in such a short time, it was indeed obvious that she was anxious. The advisor pondered for a moment, "Then your highness means just an idiot." Xian Hua absent-mindedly said, "It would naturally be good if these two people could join forces to overthrow Jinying Wangfu. Xiao Xiao's existence will always be a stumbling block. There will be a day when I will also get rid of this stone. If someone does it for me, why not?" He seemed to find it a little funny, if their skills are inferior, with Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan's temperament, what benefits do you think they can gain? Xian Li said, "Lao Wu has been an eyesore in the court for a long time. Now, there is Xian Pei. If Lao Wu disappears from this world, it is also a good thing for me." He looked at the golden buttons on his sleeves and said, "In any case, I have nothing to lose, why should I get involved in this muddy water?" "Your highness is wise." The advisor sighed, "When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. In the end, your highness has picked up the benefits." He thought for a moment and suddenly said, "However, Jiang Zhaoyi is your highness's person. If she suddenly joins forces with Fifth Prince, she can no longer be used by us and has become an abandoned chess piece. In the future, news in the palace. She is already useless." Xian Li interrupted him, "Yuan Chuan has already entered the palace, what use is Jiang Dan? Why don't you make use of your last chance to help me with something? At least this trip won't be in vain. In this game, it would be better to help me finish this game. Your highness is indeed the best chess player. In the end, it will still be up to your highness to end this game." Jiang Wan stretched herself and subconsciously hugged the source of warmth in her hands. She opened her eyes in a daze, only to discover that her hands were still wrapped around Xiao Xiao's waist, and Xiao Xiao's peaceful sleeping face was right before her eyes. The sunlight faintly shone through the curtains, clearing her muddled mind a little. Suddenly, she remembered what happened yesterday. In the end, she had kissed Xiao Xiao for some reason. The passion had come so suddenly that Xiao Xiao had taken advantage of her dazed state to carry her out of the study. Perhaps the passion could also dilute some of the pain. In the moment of intense sweat and intimacy, all the painful emotions had been released. And then, Jiang Rui was slightly stunned. She felt an aching pain all over her body, as if she had been ruthlessly crushed. It had to be said that Xiao Xiao was really smart. Things that others had learned several times, he only needed one try to master. It was the same for these things. How could there be such a good coincidence? It almost made her dizzy in that strange sense of bliss. Moreover, this person was usually steady and cold, but she did not know why he was so vile on the bed. Every time he deliberately bullied someone until they could not speak, he would coldly watch them struggle and admit defeat. She propped up her chin with one hand and carefully sized up the young man lying on his side. Xiao Xiao's eyelashes were long and straight, casting a shadow on his face. The bridge of his nose was high and elegant, and his lips were thin and rosy. The sleeping Xiao Xiao looked very quiet. It was hard to imagine that such a quiet and cold person would sweat and move crazily in the night. As long as she had those memories in her mind, she felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking, his hand was suddenly pulled by someone, and he actually fell into a warm embrace. Xiao Xiao's eyes did not open, but his voice was very clear, with a faint satisfaction of a gluttonous woman. He said, "It's still early." "It's not early," Jiang Rui replied casually. She immediately reacted and asked, "You're awake?" Xiao Xiao's lips curved. He opened his eyes to look at her and said, "N." This person seemed to be very mischievous when he was not in front of his subordinates. Occasionally, he was also very childish. He probably thought that teasing others was very fun. In Jiang Rui's eyes, this kind of behavior was very similar to Xian Pei's. It was just that Xian Pei was cute when he did this, but in the eyes of someone like Xiao Xiao, who usually had a cold face, it seemed a little strange. "You." Jiang Rui pushed him, but Xiao Xiao did not let go. His strength was great, so as long as he used a little bit of skill, Jiang Rui would not be able to do anything. At this moment, she could only lie in his embrace. She thought of something and asked, "Yesterday, I said those things to you, but you were not able to hear them in the end. When do you plan to say it?" Thinking of this matter, Jiang Rui felt very uncomfortable. Yesterday, her emotions were in turmoil. Most likely, when Xiao Xiao carried her back to the room, it was seen by the servants of the Wang Fu. What would those people think? As soon as the Wang Fei returned to the Fu, she couldn't wait to have sex with her mistress in the study. Wasn't this a little too thirsty? As for housekeeper Lin, he was afraid that he would be even more puzzled. They were just talking about a secret, so how did they end up talking about the bed? Now that she had lost all her face, Jiang Rui only felt that it would be even more difficult to establish her prestige in front of the servants. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Xiao Xiao's expression slightly paused and he said, "Yesterday, you were too impatient. I thought you wanted to do something more important." "Something more important?" Jiang Rui glared at him. "What do you mean by something more important?" It was clear that this person harbored ulterior motives. Originally, he had only wanted to gently comfort her, but this fellow had actually taken advantage of her when she was in a difficult situation. Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh again. Jiang Rui glared at him for a while and also laughed. She pushed Xiao Xiao, "All right, get up first. I don't have anything to do today, so I can listen to whatever you want to say." She teased, "Even if you say that you are like me, a person who has also died once, I will not despise you. If you want to listen, I will tell you." Xiao Xiao stroked her hair, "Get up first." After breakfast, Jiang Rui and Xiao Xiao walked to the courtyard. The pavilion in the courtyard was adjacent to a pond. The water in the pond was so green that the bottom could be seen. Red fish swam back and forth in the pond, embellishing the monotonous winter sky. Jiang Rui kept Xiao Xiao's words in her mind. At this moment, she saw that his expression was no longer as relaxed as it had been in the morning. It could even be said to be somewhat gloomy. She also realized that there was something different about this matter, so she just silently followed by his side. "Ah Wan," Xiao Xiao said, "you have paid respects to my parents' memorial tablets." "Yes," Jiang Rui nodded, "on the day of our marriage." On the day she had married into the Jining Wang Fu, she had personally paid respects to her parents-in-law in front of the memorial tablets of the old Jining Wang couple. At this moment, hearing Xiao Xiao mention it, she remembered. "Actually, you have not paid respects to them." Xiao Xiao lowered his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking of, but he slowly said, "There is nothing for you to pay respects to." Jiang Rui was startled and looked at him inquiringly. The meaning of these words was really thought-provoking. Did he mean that the memorial tablets that were enshrined in the ancestral hall were actually not the Jining Wang couple? Or did he mean something else? "Do you remember that one day when you came to the Fu and saw me paying respects to someone here?" Xiao Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, his tall and straight figure seemed somewhat desolate. That is the person you should be paying respects to. Jiang Rui was startled. She recalled that there had indeed been a day when Xiao Xiao was drunk and had kissed her. It was precisely when she had bumped into Xiao Xiao paying respects to someone. On that day, she had found it strange because it was not the memorial day of the Jining Wang couple. But she could not think of any other reason. Her suspicions at that time had finally been confirmed at this moment. As she pondered over Xiao Xiao's words, she heard Xiao Xiao's voice coming from beside her, "I am not the son of Jining Wang." Jiang Rui raised her head. Xiao Xiao's pitch-black eyes were indescribable as he said, "My father is the crown prince, Hongxi." Jiang Rui stared blankly for a moment. Then, a monstrous storm set off in her heart. Crown Prince Hongxi, the eldest son of Empress Dowager Ida, the elder brother of the current emperor, should have been the current ruler of the great Jin dynasty. However, on the eve of the founding of the dynasty, the crown prince who had died under the trampling of thousands of horses was actually Xiao Xiao's father. Xiao Xiao glanced at Jiang Rui, then turned his face away. He stood at the edge of the pavilion and slowly began to narrate his story. Empress Dowager Ida had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest daughter, Princess Yuan Rong, was intelligent, gentle, generous, and appropriate. The second son, Crown Prince Hongxi, was also famous in the capital at a young age. The current emperor was the youngest, so he was greatly spoiled by his 2 elder brothers. In the end, he was also intelligent. The relationship between the 3 of them had always been good. When the late emperor was alive, he had been rather fearful of Empress Dowager Ida's domineering style. He had even suppressed Empress Dowager Ida's maternal family. Although Empress Dowager Ida's actions were swift and decisive, and she had quite a few tricks up her sleeve in the court, the biggest blow had come from her own husband. The late emperor was afraid that Empress Dowager Ida would monopolize power, so he had always pampered the imperial concubines. He had even intentionally promoted other princes to balance the power. This indeed prevented the possibility of the imperial relatives monopolizing power. However, after the late emperor's death, the originally balanced situation was disrupted. The great Jin dynasty faced an unprecedented crisis as the 8 princes fought for the throne. Crown Prince Hongxi was the crown prince in name, but his position was not very stable. Not to mention his 8 ambitious brothers, even among the court officials, there were few who supported him. The late emperor had left a terrible mess for Empress Dowager Ida to clean up, but it was Crown Prince Hongxi who was in charge of this chaotic country. The 8 brothers each occupied a mountain and wanted to force the Empress Dowager to abdicate. Empress Dowager Ida had no choice but to seek outside help. At that time, one appeared. It was the princess of Nanjiang, Qiman. Crown Prince Hongxi was not only truly virtuous and talented, but also had a heart for the world. He was also extremely handsome and had an elegant demeanor. At that time, Nanjiang had not yet been destroyed, so its strength could not be underestimated. This princess had once met Crown Prince Hongxi when she had come to Great Jin. She had secretly set her heart on him, but unfortunately, Crown Prince Hongxi had tactfully declined. Crown Prince Hongxi's crown princess was the #1 female doctor in Great Jin at that time, Xiang Xiaoyuan. Although Xiang Xiaoyuan was not as beautiful as Qi Man, she had good medical skills, and her mind was filled with many new and strange things. She was not born into an official's family, but had come from the wilderness. Once, she had helped a first-rank official who was on the verge of death to save his life. It was said that she had performed some kind of surgery and entered the palace to obtain the official position of female doctor. Crown Prince Hongxi and she were finally able to get married, but it was a good thing that he had finally gotten the beauty. Crown Prince Hongxi had always been clean in the matters between men and women, and he and Xiang Xiaoyuan were truly in love. Apart from Xiang Xiaoyuan, the crown princess, the concubines in the inner court had all been privately dismissed. How could he agree to the princess of Nanjang's proposal to divorce Xiang Xiaoyuan and marry the princess? But in Empress Dowager Ida's view, this was not rational. It was true that she was also very fond of Xiang Xiaoyuan's intelligence and breadth of mind, which was different from any other woman's. However, to give up the country for a woman was not a wise ruler. Perhaps Crown Prince Hongxi really was not a competent ruler, and his heart was not ruthless enough, but he was indeed a good husband and a good father. Qi Man had spread the word that if Crown Prince Hongxi agreed, the southern border would lend 100,000 troops to help the great Jin dynasty quell the rebellion of the 8 princes. Crown Prince Hongxi did not agree, but the current emperor was not willing. The emperor and Crown Prince Hongxi had always had a close relationship. The two brothers had always thought of the same thing, even the women they liked. Xiang Xiaoyuan's intelligence was different from any other woman. Crown Prince Hongxi liked her, and so did the emperor. But in Xiang Xiaoyuan's eyes, the emperor was only a little brother. He could only watch as she married his older brother. Perhaps it was because of the jealousy and unwillingness in his heart, or perhaps it was because his heart was more suitable to be an emperor than Crown Prince Hongxi's, but he had promised Qi Man that he would first think of a way for Qi Man to obtain Crown Prince Hongxi, and then send troops to help the great Jin dynasty. The emperor's original intention was actually just a stopgap measure. He thought that it was nothing more than a love affair between a man and a woman. In the end, Crown Prince Hongxi would not suffer any losses. As long as Qi Man was temporarily appeased, after the rebellion of the 8 princes was quelled, he could find a reason to kick Qi Man away. The only variable was Xiang Xiaoyuan. Xiang Xiaoyuan's feelings were different from any other woman in this world. She was particular about how a man could only have one woman in his lifetime. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines was a sin. This was treason in the Jin dynasty, but Crown Prince Hongxi had agreed. No matter how many people had tried to intimidate them, Crown Prince Hongxi's attitude had always been firm. The emperor knew that he could not do what Crown Prince Hongxi had done. He did not ridicule Xiang Xiaoyuan in his heart, but to everyone's shock, the smile on Xiang Xiaoyuan's face was dazzling with happiness. Crown Prince Hongxi had done it. If Xiang Xiaoyuan knew of this, it was unknown how many variables it would cause. But for the sake of the great Jin dynasty, or perhaps for the sake of the emperor's own dark thoughts, he had finally made a decision that he would regret for the rest of his life. At that time, Xiang Xiaoyuan had just given birth to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had just turned 1 month old. On the day of the full moon banquet, countless guests came and went. Chapter 207. How did Qi Man and Crown Prince Hongxi finally roll on the bed? The emperor must have contributed a lot. However, when Xiang Xiaoyuan saw the scene in front of her that day, she didn't fly into a rage as everyone thought. She talked and laughed, and almost didn't make any mistakes. She saved Crown Prince Hongxi's face and made Qi Man, who was provoking and watching the fun, speechless in the end. Xiang Xiaoyuan personally married Qi Man for Crown Prince Hongxi. Xiang Xiaoyuan was hot-tempered and had a possessive desire beyond ordinary people in emotional matters. However, she was also a person who took the general situation into consideration. She understood the priorities of many things and only swallowed the unhappiness in her heart silently. For the peace of the Jin dynasty. Crown Prince Hongxi was schemed against by his own brother and hated Qi Man very much. Xiang Xiaoyuan compromised so much, which made him feel more pity for his wife. Not only did the two not become estranged because of this, but they became more intimate. As for Qi Man, who lived in the palace, they just treated her as if she didn't exist. Everyone underestimated the means of the princess of Nanjiang, or thought that she was just a woman and couldn't make any waves. Everyone knew that women's jealousy was terrible. Qi Man couldn't stand that her beloved treated her with disdain but spoke softly to other women. Nanjiang country was good at using voodoo. She controlled Xiang Xiaoyuan and planted an extremely terrible voodoo on her. She had wanted to use Xiang Xiaoyuan to control Crown Prince Hongxi, but who knew that Xiang Xiaoyuan would have a fiery temper? She knew that the crown prince of a country, the future heir apparent, could not be controlled by a woman, so she simply left on her own. She had superb medical skills and wanted to find a place to cure the curse herself. If she failed, dying outside would be the best outcome. Fate would always silently deliver a fatal blow. Xiang Xiaoyuan's departure had ultimately become her eternal farewell with Crown Prince Hongxi. She didn't cure the voodoo in the end. Not long after, someone came to the door with Xiang Xiaoyuan's ashes. That person was Mr. Hakone. Mr. Hakone was older than Xiang Xiaoyuan, but he was Xiang Xiaoyuan's apprentice. Before Xiang Xiaoyuan came to the capital, she lived with Mr. Hakone in the deep mountains. Xiang Xiaoyuan taught Hakone Serpent all her medical skills. Hakone Serpent inherited her medical skills and recognized her as his young master. Crown Prince Hongxi suffered a huge blow and was about to kill Qi Man when Empress Dowager Ida stopped him. Qi Man expressed that as long as Crown Prince Hongxi treated her well, she could still lend him the 100,000 soldiers in the southern borders. However, he was rejected by Crown Prince Hongxi. In a moment of bravery, he took Xiao Xiao, who was still in swaddling clothes, out of the pass to quell the rebellion. He only left a letter, saying that the position of emperor was ultimately not suitable for him. However, before that, since Xiang Xiaoyuan had already sacrificed herself for the greater good, he had to hand the country safely into the hands of the emperor. How the crown prince, who ruled the country and pacified the world, took the lead in the rebellion of the 8 princes and swept away all obstacles was recorded in the history books. It was just that the bitterness of the war could not be recorded in the books. Crown Prince Hongxi himself had paid a great price. In the final battle, he had captured the enemy troops, but at the last moment, he was surrounded by 100,000 soldiers of the southern wilderness. Those soldiers had come for him. Crown Prince Hongxi would rather die than submit, fighting to the end. In the end, he died under the trampling of the army. And the little prince also died in that war. But in fact, Xiao Xiao did not die. Long before that, Crown Prince Hongxi had a premonition that the southern wilderness was likely to encounter such a thing midway. Therefore, he swapped Xiao Xiao out, replacing him with another baby. The real Xiao Xiao was raised in the Jining Wangfu. Although Crown Prince Hongxi was dead, the rebellion of the 8 princes was finally quelled in a tragic way by his desperate fighting style. The emperor ascended to the position, and this chaotic struggle finally came to an end. The emperor had just ascended to the throne, and his foundation was not stable. Crown Prince Hongxi's few old subordinates were also almost sacrificed when quelling the rebellion. Empress Dowager Ida had no choice but to marry Princess Yuan Rong out to gain support. And after the emperor sat firmly on the throne, the first thing he did was to destroy the Nanjiang kingdom that had caused all this. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The princess of the Nanjiang kingdom had bullied them too much, so she had to pay with their land and the blood of their people. The Nanjiang kingdom was destroyed, but the whereabouts of the princess were not found. And the dead people would not come back to life. Time gradually passed, and the great Jin dynasty gradually stabilized. The old ministers were buried, and the new ministers entered the court. The number of people who could remember the tragic struggle for the throne was already very few. It seemed that everyone had come to the conventional view that the great Jin dynasty had been handed over to the current emperor by the previous emperor. There was no such thing as Crown Prince Hongxi, and there was no such thing as Princess Yuan Rong. History only recorded the victors, and those who were sacrificed were always brushed aside. But there were always people who remembered, and Jining Wangfu was one of them. Jining Wangfu and Jining Wangfei were the old subordinates of Crown Prince Hongxi. Rather than subordinates, it was better to say that they were close friends. Crown Prince Hongxi made a lot of friends and was righteous. Jining Wangfu had been greatly indebted to him. Jining Wangfu had always been a part of Crown Prince Hongxi's power. Crown Prince Hongxi had entrusted Xiao Xiao to Jining Wangfu before the accident. He did not keep Xiao Xiao in the palace, and also instructed Jinying Wangfu to keep the secret of Xiao Xiao's identity. Perhaps he did not want his own flesh and blood to walk the same path as him. Living in the royal family might look glamorous, but who knew the helplessness within? Perhaps being born in the marketplace was a bit more joyful. Jinying Wangfu and his wife really kept their word, unexpectedly announcing to the outside world that Xiao Xiao was their flesh and blood. Afterwards, the two of them did not conceive another child, and they truly did like Xiao Xiao. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao had grown from a babbling child to a cold youth. However, one day, his identity was exposed. The people of the southern border seemed to have mixed into the capital, and they seemed to be people who knew about that matter back then. Gradually, assassins began to appear at Xiao Xiao's side. At the same time that the people of the southern border seemed to have discovered his identity, the emperor finally found him. At that time, if Crown Prince Hongxi had not died, the present emperor should have been succeeded by Crown Prince Hongxi. The emperor had always felt guilty that his unintentional actions had caused the deaths of Xiang Xiaoyuan and his elder brother. After so many years, he had thought that Xiao Xiao had long died. He did not want to discover that the person who had originally died was actually living right under his eyes. Naturally, he wanted to groom Xiao Xiao as the future heir apparent. However, Jinying Wangfu and the emperor were at loggerheads. Jinying Wangfu abided by the promise he had made with Crown Prince Hongxi. He would never allow Xiao Xiao's identity to be exposed, nor would he allow Xiao Xiao to return to the palace. The emperor was furious, but he could do nothing. At that time, Xiao Xiao still did not know of his past. Coincidentally, there was a rebellion in the capital by the accomplices of the original rebels. The rebels rebelled, and the emperor gave Jinying Wangfu a difficult problem. He did not give him the military seal and wanted him to quell the rebellion. Originally, he wanted to use this matter to blackmail Jinying Wangfu. He did not expect that Jinying Wangfu would leave the capital to quell the rebellion that very night. He believed that a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. A real man should die a worthy death. Jinying Wangfu was also a wonderful person. In this war that was doomed to fail, he ultimately still managed to trick the emperor. He used a secret order to mobilize the brocade guards to assume a rebellious posture. Jinying Wangfu died on the way to quell the rebellion. However, the matter of the brocade guards' rebellion in the capital was still buzzing. Jinying Wangfu used his own life to protect Xiao Xiao's secret. From then on, Xiao Xiao was a rebel. If he wanted to enter the court, there would inevitably be a lot of resistance. If the emperor wanted to make arrangements, it would not be so simple. More importantly, Xiao Xiao himself would not be willing. And those people of the southern border who had become aware of this would inevitably be confused by this matter. Even if it was a short period of time, it was enough for Xiao Xiao to grow. Jinying Wangfei revealed everything about Xiao Xiao's life. The next day, she hanged herself and left with Jinying Wangfu. In one night, Xiao Xiao encountered great changes. In one night, the illustrious Wangfu became a rebel, and his life was full of twists and turns. Jinying Wangfu and his wife treated him with sincerity. After so many years, they had already formed a relationship that was no different from their own flesh and blood. Even so, they suddenly discovered that their parents were other people. For him, this could not be said to not be shocking. The brocade guards had always been under the command of Jinying Wangfu, but Jinying Wangfu was Crown Prince Hongxi's man. Rather than saying that these 100,000 brocade guards were left to Xiao Xiao by Jinying Wangfu, it would be better to say that many years ago, Crown Prince Hongxi had left them to Xiao Xiao. It was just that before that, Xiao Xiao had not accepted the brocade guards, and the brocade guards would not obey a young master for no reason. In that short few years, Xiao Xiao had learned the art of assassins from Jia Nanshan. He grew rapidly and finally won the approval of the brocade guards. He was able to use the token to mobilize the soldiers. And the first thing that he wanted to do was to take revenge. The Nanjiang country was like a centipede, dead but not dead. Although the country had long been destroyed, the remaining forces repeatedly tried to make a comeback. Qi Man's old subordinates were even more restless, waiting for an opportunity to make a move against the great Jin dynasty. When Xiao Xiao was young, he had repeatedly gone deep into the Nanjiang. He had discovered that there seemed to be an extremely mysterious force in the Nanjiang that was currently uniting those scattered Nanjiang people. Although on the surface, it did not seem to be remarkable, but one day, their goal would be to face the great Jin dynasty. When Xiao Xiao finished speaking, Jiang Wan quietly looked at him. From beginning to end, Xiao Xiao's expression was very calm. His long eyelashes covered his eyes, making it impossible for people to clearly see his emotions. It seemed that he was used to not revealing his own thoughts, or perhaps it was because in the past years, he had already experienced enough things, so that now, there was no pain that could easily move him. Jiang Wan slowly walked to his side and reached out to wrap her arms around his waist. No matter who it was, if at this time, they could feel some warmth, it would always be good. Xiao Xiao's body stiffened, and he seemed to tremble. Slowly, he reached out to cover her soft arms around his waist. Since you are not willing to enter the palace and become the emperor, and he treats you so well, why bother with the matters of the Nanjiang? Jiang Wan said softly, you want revenge, but you can't let it go, right? He naturally referred to the emperor. In the whole matter, the emperor seemed to play a very unpleasant role. Perhaps it was because of his position, but in Jiang Ruan's view, among the children of Empress Dowager Ida, Crown Prince Hongxi and the emperor were actually not very suitable for the position of the emperor. On the contrary, it was Princess Yuan Rong who was magnanimous and calm, but unfortunately, she was a woman. Crown Prince Hongxi was too soft-hearted and emotional, so he was more suitable to be a free and leisurely young master. And the current emperor was like a spoiled child. Although he had changed a lot because he was in a high position for so many years, in his bones, he was still the same, selfish and willful. This is what they sacrificed their lives to obtain, so I have to protect it. Xiao Xiao said lightly. They referred to Crown Prince Hongxi and Xiang Xiaoyuan, or perhaps Jinying Wang and his wife. Of these two couples, one was Xiao Xiao's biological parents, the other was Xiao Xiao's adoptive parents, but they both loved him the same way. Xiao Xiao's words were not wrong. His closest relatives had exchanged their lives for this country. Even if he did not sit in that position, he did not want it to decline and be occupied by outsiders. Do you hate him? Jiang Wan asked. She was talking about the emperor. If not for the emperor, at that time, Xiang Xiaoyuan would not have met with an accident, and Crown Prince Hongxi would not have come out of seclusion to quell the rebellion, disheartened. If not for the emperor, Xiao Xiao's identity would forever be a secret, and perhaps he would just be the Xiao Wangye of Jinying Wang Fu, a youth with a slightly cold temperament. Perhaps Jinying Wang and his wife would still be alive. Not important. Xiao Xiao replied. Jiang Ruan's hand slightly paused, and then she also smiled. In that case, you and I are somewhat similar. Originally, I thought that I was not worthy of you, but now, I also feel that. Doesn't seem to be so bad. You once said that you hoped to help me take revenge. Ah Xiao, I will remember your enmity on your behalf. It was rare for her to call Xiao Xiao Ah Xiao in such a gentle manner. Xiao Xiao was startled and softly said, N. Jiang Wan blinked her eyes, intentionally wanting him to not be so heavily immersed in those memories, so she said, in that case, housekeeper Lin is probably not an ordinary person. Is he your father's former subordinate? He was originally the third flower of the previous dynasty. Xiao Xiao said, after my father passed away, he entered Jinying Wang Fu and became a housekeeper, concealing his identity. Jiang Wan was astonished. Third flower. Speaking of which, housekeeper Lin's original name was Lin Wei. At that time, he had come from a poor family, and had received the appreciation of Crown Prince Hongxi, who had spent money to help him enter the Imperial College. In his youth, he had been the third flower of the younger generation. He had an elegant demeanor, and when he was a youth dressed in splendid clothes, he had also been a close friend of Crown Prince Hongxi at that time. Before Crown Prince Hongxi had died, he had entrusted Xiao Xiao to Jinying Wang. At that time, Lin Wei's family had no relatives, so he had simply cut off his official career. He had only said that he wanted to resign and live in seclusion, but he had concealed his identity. He had even taken the medicine that teacher Ba Qi had prescribed to change his appearance, and he had become housekeeper Lin, taking care of Xiao Xiao. Over the years, he had seemed unreliable, but at many times, he had quietly helped Xiao Xiao with many things. Where Jinying Wang and his wife had neglected, housekeeper Lin had been very cautious. He had learned a lot, but he had to pretend to be vulgar and ignorant. No one would associate this crazy, long-winded, vulgar person in front of them with the handsome third flower of the previous dynasty. Housekeeper Lin had used his own way to imperceptibly influence Xiao Xiao on many things. Such a person could not but be said to have great benevolence and wisdom. Chapter 208. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the annual imperial hunt. Taking advantage of the days before New Year's Eve, the imperial family also wanted to gain some good luck, so they went to the hunting grounds to hunt. All the noble sons and ministers had to participate in order to dispel the evil spirits of the year and relax. The hunting grounds were in the northern forest, where there were high mountains and valleys. The terrain was complex, but there were also many rare birds and strange beasts. For the sons and daughters of the rich and noble families, it was a strange challenge. This time, it was unprecedentedly lively. With great difficulty, Jiang Dan persuaded the emperor to bring her along. On this day, the palace maids had already chosen clothes for her. Because she was already an imperial concubine and not a daughter of a noble family, she could not wear bright riding clothes like them. Finally, she wore a gorgeous dress. Jiang Dan looked at the woman in the mirror and finally, somewhat annoyed, pulled out the hairpin studded with pearls from her hair and said, "What is this? This hairpin looks a little too old-fashioned. Do you think this consort should wear something like this?" The palace maid was startled and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the hairpin. It was commonly used by the women in the palace. The color of this hairpin was very good, and it was given to her because the emperor doted on her very much. Jiang Dan, on the other hand, was a little flustered. She opened the dressing box herself, only to see the pearls and enamels in the box with great dissatisfaction. Unlike Jiang Li, although Jiang Dan pursued a high status, she did not hang rich and noble things on her body like Jiang Li did. She valued and cherished her youth and beauty. Now that she was an imperial concubine of the emperor, she had to always pay attention to her identity and could not dress like a young girl. Sometimes, she even felt that the little palace maids around her looked younger than her. Entering the palace and living with a man who was old enough to be her father, fighting with all kinds of women for this man's favor, she had to dress herself up to look older than her peers. Why, she was clearly at the age of a flower. Her gaze fell on a captivating red velvet flower in the dressing box, and she suddenly thought of Jiang Wan. Although they were both daughters of the Jiang Fu, Jiang Wan was able to wear the clothes she wanted as she pleased without worrying about whether they would be inappropriate or not. Even though she was also a furan of the first rank of nobility, and was also Jinying Wangfei, she could still dress like any other young girl, because Xiao Xiao did not care about such things at all. Not only that, Xiao Xiao was also much younger than the emperor. His age was just right, and he was born with good looks. Why did Jiang Wan have such a good life? Even if she had been forced into a desperate situation by Xia Yan, she still had enough good luck to turn things around. On the other hand, she could only sell her youth and freedom in exchange for a temporary lofty position. All the riches and honor in front of him were like the reflection of the moon in the mirror, and could vanish at any time. Empress. The palace maid saw that she didn't speak for a long time, and the expression on her face seemed a bit ferocious. For a moment, she was a little scared and reminded her. Jiang Dan came back to her senses and slowly held the red velvet flower tightly in her hand. She was so strong that she almost crushed the petals, but the corners of her mouth revealed a strange smile. It didn't matter, no matter what, everything was about to end. After this matter was over, she would be the only daughter of the Jiang Fu left, and there would no longer be anything in this world that could threaten her. She would always be a person who stood high above others. In Jining Wangfu, Jiang Wan looked at the huge luggage in front of her and felt a headache coming on. She could only glare at Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao pretended to turn his head away unintentionally, obviously pretending not to see her look. Housekeeper Lin was still chattering on. "Young madam, this old servant specially asked the kitchen to prepare some pastries and osmanthus wine. You are both young people, and this is the first time you are going out for a proper sightseeing trip, so you should also prepare some food. However, I was afraid that young madam would drink too much, so I also prepared some soup to sober up. I added a little honey to it, so it won't be hard to swallow, and the taste will be sweet and lingering. Oh yes, there are also a few poetry books and miscellaneous notes, which may be of use when the time comes. This old servant has already ordered people to carry the Jiao Wei Qin to the carriage. Young madam probably does not know, but master plays the qin extremely well. And there are also some medicines. Cough, this old servant is thinking about what else can't be carried up. We should probably make some camping things. How about candlesticks? They also look good when we wake up at night." Jiang Wan somewhat wanted to press her lips against housekeeper Lin's. Since the last time Xiao Xiao had revealed his background, she could no longer look housekeeper Lin in the eye. Occasionally, when she looked at housekeeper Lin's wrinkled old face, she could not help but want to step forward and pull the skin off his face. It would be best if she could pull that skin off at once, and see if the true face underneath was really half as handsome as the rumor said. No matter what the true face was, to use the status of the third rank of the previous dynasty to talk more endlessly than the wet nurse in the courtyard, it was really somewhat difficult. Jiang Wan somewhat admired housekeeper Lin. Even if housekeeper Lin went out on the streets and said that he was the third rank of the previous dynasty, no one would believe him. It was really, the difference was too big. Jiang Wan finally interrupted her words. "Housekeeper Lin, we are only going to hunt, not to sightsee." "Hunting is just sightseeing." Housekeeper Lin waved his hand. "Let young master catch a few wild beasts for you to play with. The fur can be peeled off to make a cloak, and if there are any cubs, young madam can raise them to play with. Young master, you should also bring Huba along." "Why bring a pigeon?" The one who spoke was Dewdrop. Xiao Xiao's snow pigeon was named Huba, which was indeed something that people could not understand. Dewdrop asked, "Do you have any letters to send?" "Bringing it to intimidate the prey is also good." Housekeeper Lin said, "Huba is very smart." This time, Dewdrop did not speak. She probably really did not know how such a pigeon could intimidate the prey, but rather confuse the prey. Was this the legendary honey trap? Jiang Wan thought about it and burst out laughing. Xiao Xiao turned his head and glanced at her. Jiang Wan hurriedly said, "Do as you like, it's getting late. Let's first get on the carriage. The people at the hunting ground are waiting. If we arrive late, it will save us from attracting gossip." Housekeeper Lin then hurriedly went outside the food to pack the carriage. Xiao Xiao and Jiang Wan walked out of the door. The sky outside was clear and the ground under the sun was a vast expanse of white. The trees were covered with sparkling white icicles, a beautiful scenery of the snow country. Today, Jiang Wan wore a riding outfit embroidered with gold and silver threads. On her upper body, she wore a neat little jacket with a coiled collar. On her lower body, she wore knee-length brocade trousers and fox leather boots embroidered with white fur. On the outside, she wore a thick embroidered firemouse cloak. The cloak was an exceptionally bright red, which made her usually bright and charming face look a little more dashing and neat and heroic, making her look even prettier. On the snowy ground, Xiao Xiao was still dressed in black with a golden qilin embroidered on the hem of his clothes. He also wore a dark gold crane cloak of the same color. His facial features were picturesque, yet handsome and indifferent. He appeared as cold and cheerless as the lonely moon in the sky. Jiang Wan glanced at him and smiled, "Your appearance is very good. If I bring you to the hunting ground, I will feel that all the prey will not be as precious as you." Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at her. "Prey? I have to keep a close eye on you." Jiang Wan smiled, turned her head, and jumped into the horse carriage that Steward Lin had prepared for them. Xiao Xiao also jumped in. After the two of them sat down, Lian Xiao, Jin San, and a few secret guards followed behind them in the horse carriage. Steward Lin gave a few more detailed instructions before pulling the curtain down. The coachman whipped the horse and the horse carriage began to move slowly. Beiguang Lin was more than 10 miles away from the capital. The terrain was very complicated, so the journey was somewhat boring. Jiang Wan looked at the small table in front of her. Steward Lin had arranged the interior of the horse carriage very meticulously. Walking in alone, it seemed like a small villa of a wealthy family. On the table, there was even a small pot of wine and a few plates of snacks. Did they actually want them to drink wine in broad daylight? Jiang Wan saw that the wine pot was adorable and exquisite. The body of the pot was gilded, and there seemed to be a figure protruding from the top. It appeared to be lifelike. At that time, there must have been a skilled craftsman who had carved it. She turned the wine pot and aimed it at herself. At first glance, she was stunned. It was clearly two people with bare buttocks together. She was not an idiot. No matter how bad her eyesight was, she could still understand what it was. Before she could react, Xiao Xiao suddenly reached out and snatched the wine pot from her hand. Putting it aside, he nonchalantly said, "There's nothing to see." Jiang Wan thought about it and picked up the wine cup at the side. Wanting to ease the atmosphere, she said, "This wine cup is actually very well made." Before she could finish her sentence, she stared at the figure on the wine cup and stopped talking. Xiao Xiao silently put the wine cup away. Jiang Ruan's eyes widened as she scanned the contents of the carriage. Finally, she discovered that apart from the wine jug and wine cups, the legs of the small table, the tablecloth, the candlestick, the box for storing pastries, and even the curtains in the carriage were of a different world. The pictures were so lifelike that it really made one's heart beat faster with envy. Steward Lin was really too considerate. This was simply pervasive. Perhaps he was the most suitable person to be the head of the embroidered uniform guards. This kind of pervasiveness really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. When Jiang Wan turned her head away, a blush appeared on Xiao Xiao's fair and handsome face. He still turned his head away somewhat uncomfortably, but perhaps he felt that this was really deceiving himself, so he quickly turned his head back and fixed his gaze on Jiang Wan, as if to prove that he did not have a guilty conscience. Jiang Wan could not help but laugh. Xiao Xiao was really stubborn about some things, especially when he had to protect his face every time he was stuffed to death. It was very awkward. Her laughter made Xiao Xiao a little angry. He simply pulled her over and wrapped her in his arms with the ebony crane cloak. "Still laughing?" he said coldly. Jiang Wan was not afraid of him. In reality, Xiao Xiao had nothing to fear. At most, he only put on a cold face. Moreover, he had never been able to put on a cold face in front of Jiang Wan. It really did not have any deterrent power. Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows. He seemed to feel that nowadays, Jiang Wan was becoming more and more open. For a moment, he held her tighter, lowered his head, and slowly leaned over. Perhaps he only wanted to scare Jiang Wan, but for some reason, in the end, his gaze fell on Jiang Ruan's lips, and his movements slowly became gentle. Jiang Wan quietly watched his handsome face come closer and closer. Others could not imagine what the usually cold and indifferent Xiao Xiao looked like when he was aroused, but only she had seen this kind of Xiao Xiao. It was as if in an instant, all the coldness and indifference had completely disappeared, leaving only a kind of bone-deep gentleness. She slowly closed her eyes, and then the carriage staggered. Jiang Wan almost fell head first. Xiao Xiao reached out his hand in time to support her, lest she hit her head. The driver's apologetic voice came from the front, "Master and Madam, just now there was a stone that was burning our feet. The horse kicked it, I hope it did not startle you." Xiao Xiao, Jiang Wan could not help but laugh. Xiao Xiao helplessly looked at her and laughed for a while. Finally, Jiang Wan stopped laughing and touched Xiao Xiao with her hand. "Tell me the truth, are you nervous about this hunt?" Xiao Xiao pulled her back into his embrace and carefully wrapped her tightly in the crane cloak, revealing only her small palm-sized face. He lightly said, "I am not nervous." Jiang Wan allowed him to hug her through the crane cloak and said, "I am actually a little nervous. Jiang Dan will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. I heard from your embroidered uniform guards that Jiang Dan has already hooked up with Xianhua. Her movements are actually quite fast, saving me a lot of trouble. You don't have to care about anything." A trace of coldness flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes. "I don't have to care about anything. They are already anxious to seek their own deaths." Jiang Wan lightly said, "Jiang Dan's scheming against me is understandable. Our enmity was sown many years ago, and in this life, it will not rest until one of us dies. As for Pei, she also wants to scheme against me, which indeed makes me very unhappy. Now, I can't wait to see her defeated appearance." Xiao Xiao tightened his embrace, pursed his lips, and did not speak. Jiang Wan smiled faintly. Xiao Xiao's crane cloak was very warm. In her previous life, she had also yearned for this imperial hunt. At that time, Jiang Su could participate because she was an unmarried daughter of an official. On the other hand, Jiang Wan could only stay in the depths of the palace, separated by red walls and green tiles, yearning for the freedom that she could never have. Now that she had been reborn, she had gone to a place that she had never been to before. Only, this time, it was a chaotic battle. This was indeed a hunt. Everyone wanted to be the hunter and not the hunted. She glanced at Xiao Xiao and longed for the warmth under the crane cloak. She leaned closer to his side. The most brilliant hunter was by her side. At least, she had nothing to worry about. In the afternoon, the carriage finally arrived at Beiguanglin. Jiang Wan and Xiao Xiao were the last to arrive. This year's imperial hunt was much livelier than in previous years. The children of official families were very enthusiastic in participating. Jiang Wan had just arrived when she was pulled over by Lin Zixiang. She said, "You really came a little too late. I thought you wouldn't come." There were many daughters of officials and nobles in the surroundings. When they saw the arrival of Jining Wang Fu's carriage, they all pointed and gossiped. When they saw Xiao Xiao, they coincidentally used the same kind of adoring gaze to stick to him. When Xiao Xiao and Jiang Wan talked for a while and walked over to the side of the men, the gaze he used to look at Jiang Wan suddenly became full of hostility. Jiang Wan was not a fool. Naturally, she knew where this hostility came from. She could not help but feel strange. He is actually so lovable. But at that time, before he married me, he was not as popular as he is today. Silly, Lin Zixiang rolled her eyes at her. At that time, those people saw that your family's Xiao Wangye was cold on the outside and cold on the inside. They were afraid that they themselves could not enter his eyes. Who would dare to rashly open their mouths and dispel their own thoughts? Who would have known that now that your family's Xiao Wangye treats you so gently and considerately? Moreover, he is also a good person. Don't they regret it? Who doesn't try their best to squeeze into your Wang Fu? Jiang Wan thought about it and calmed down. Xiao Xiao's talent and influence were indeed among the best in the De Jin dynasty. When she had first married over, everyone had said that Xiao Xiao, this good cabbage, had been taken away by her, this pig. Now, it seemed that there were countless people who wanted this cabbage. Jiang Yuan was pondering when she should raise this cabbage in a pen. Lin Zixiang angrily pouted and said, "You see, isn't this a person who regrets?" Jiang Yuan followed her gaze and saw a woman standing beside the crown princess. She was about 17 or 18 years of age in the prime of her youth and was dressed in a light green dress with a button collar. Her head was draped in a dark black cloak. Among the women who were contending with each other for beauty, this kind of attire was really plain to the point of being somewhat dull. This woman seemed to be aware of their gazes and turned her head. Coincidentally, her eyes met Jiang Yuan's. She did not reveal an astonished expression but instead smiled slightly. This woman had light eyebrows and a small mouth. Her facial features did not appear to be particularly special, but when put together, there was a special kind of beauty that was somewhat too delicate and pretty. Most importantly, there was a graceful and magnanimous air between her brows. This air added a lot to her beauty. In short, at first glance, she was a very comfortable and appropriate woman. Jiang Yuan could faintly guess this woman's identity. She only heard Lin Zixiang say, "You still don't know who she is?" Binhai Governor Yao family's pearl in the palm, Yao Nyenyen. The daughter of the Yao family, Jiang Yuan's eyes drooped. She had heard many times that the emperor had intended for this daughter of the Yao family to become Jining Wangfei. However, she did not know why Xiao Xiao had ultimately taken a fancy to Jiang Yuan. Regarding these rumors, Jiang Yuan had always laughed them off. As for Yao Nyenyen, she was somewhat curious. She had heard that this daughter of the Yao family was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. Unlike Jiang Su, who only knew chess, calligraphy, and painting, Yao Nyenyen knew the power of the court and understood the bitterness of Jianghu. The Yao family's prosperity was partly due to Yao Nyenyen's efforts. Moreover, Jiang Yuan also knew that when the old Jining Wangs had rebelled, the officials had pressured Jining Wangfu. However, the Yao family had wholeheartedly supported Jining Wangfu and even cried out for injustice on Xiao Xiao's behalf. It was said that when Yao Nyenyen found out about this matter, he returned to the Fu and strongly advised his father. Therefore, Yao Nyenyen and Xiao Xiao were at least not enemies. Jiang Yuan had inadvertently glanced at Yao Nyenyen and did not have any other thoughts. Firstly, Xiao Xiao was not a womanizing person. Secondly, this Yao Nyenyen had always been the emperor's one-sided wishful thinking. She really did not put him in her eyes. However, in the split second that she had met Yao Nyenyen's gaze, she had felt that something was wrong. That woman's gaze seemed to contain some hostility. Perhaps she had concealed it very well, but for someone like Jiang Yuan who had grown up with hostility from a young age, this kind of gaze was all too familiar. "You're talking nonsense again." This was the first time when Fei Fei had gone out since giving birth. This time, she had accompanied her husband to the hunting grounds and was in a good mood. After listening to Lin Zixiang and Jiang Yuan's idle conversation, she could not help but interrupt, "What regret? I heard that the daughter of the Yao family is a person with lofty ambitions. It's rare for her to be so magnanimous. As for whatever Xiao Wanye you're talking about, don't make things difficult for Wan Mimi. Don't you see that the young couple is just in time for each other? Don't be afraid of a thief stealing, just be afraid of a thief remembering." Unfortunately, Lin Zixiang did not appreciate her kindness and insisted on her own opinion. In this world, all the so-called talented women are the same. They say that they are magnanimous, but they just don't want to become a laughing stock. Isn't it just one word, hypocritical? Lin Zixiang had a keen intuition about human nature. In many matters, this kind of person was actually the cleverest. This time, Jiang Yuan's thoughts coincided with hers. It was only a short glance, but she knew that this daughter of the Yao family was not as magnanimous as she appeared on the surface. At least, in that glance, she had already sensed many indescribable emotions. Sure enough, one's own cabbage was precious. If one wasn't careful, others would covet it. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Wan Mimi, you've come too." Jiang Wan turned around and saw Zhao Jin dismount from her horse. Today, she was dressed in a bright yellow riding outfit. Because their family was originally a military family, they were extremely particular about this aspect. Dressed in such a way, it was almost as if a group of womenfolk were directly outshone. It was really very mischievous and heroic. Among the male guests present, many of the sons of the noble families stared at her, and some of them did not even bother to conceal their gazes. Wan. Jiang Xing just happened to walk over. Nowadays, he could also be considered as a new noble in the imperial court. Today's scene was indispensable. He walked over with large strides. Jiang Wan had not seen him for a long time. These days, he had been busy with the affairs of the camp and had run less to Jining Wangfu. Jiang Wan smiled and said, "Eldest brother, you've only just arrived." Zhao Jin originally wanted to speak to Jiang Wan, but she did not expect that before she could even say a word, Jiang Xing would arrive. For a moment, she was stunned on the spot. Then, she quickly lowered her head, afraid that Jiang Xing would notice her. When Lin Zixiang saw this, she asked in surprise, "Zhao Jin, what are you looking at? Is there silver on the ground?" This time, even if Zhao Jin wanted to conceal it, she could only brace herself and raise her head. She dryly greeted, "General Jiang." Then, she lowered her head and looked at the stones under her feet. She kicked them intermittently, as if she raised her head, something bad would happen. Jiang Xing looked at her appearance and frowned. It seemed that he was actually a little angry. Jiang Ruan's gaze shifted between the two of them, and the corners of her lips curled up. It was not that she did not know that there was something between the two of them, but she did not know that Zhao Jin's influence was actually greater than she had imagined. What kind of person was Jiang Xing? He was probably one of the few good men in the world. Other than his enemies, he had always treated people with gentleness and elegance. He was a true gentleman. However, such a person, when facing Zhao Jin, had his own emotions. Jiang Xing himself probably did not notice this problem. Chapter 209. As they were talking, they heard the long voice of a eunuch announcing that the emperor had arrived. They turned their heads and saw the emperor and a few well-dressed women arriving late in the imperial carriage. When they took a closer look, they saw that the women were the three favored concubines in the palace, Wang Liener, Mu Shiro, and Jiang Dan. Zhao Jin forgot about Jiang Xing's awkwardness and said to Jiang Wan, "Wan Mimi, your fourth younger sister seems to be very favored." Jiang Wan smiled but did not say anything. Jiang Dan had always disregarded everything and grabbed at everything in order to climb up. After expending so much effort, she naturally wanted to be favored. Her gaze fell on the small figure beside the emperor and she could not help but smile. Xian Pei had also arrived. After the emperor arrived, the surroundings quieted down. Today, the people who came were the young sons of officials and their womenfolk. Hunting was originally a matter for young people, and it was also to look for good luck. Every year, the person who hunted the most would win, and the emperor would grant him a wish. In previous years, it was always Guan Lianghan and Xian Li who fought over the matter of hunting. Xiao Xiao had never cared about this kind of thing. Guan Lianghan was a military general with outstanding archery, and Xian Li was not to be outdone. Both of them had grown up on Jianan Mountain, and from a young age, they were very good at riding and shooting, so hunting was a walk in the park. But with the addition of Jiang Xing this year, the final outcome had become even more difficult to predict. Everyone was very interested in Jiang Xing, the new god of war, the young general. They all wanted to see his fruitful appearance, and among them, the womenfolk would win. Guan Lianghan was too boorish, and although Xian Li was gentle, his status was unattainable. Only Jiang Xing, who was a noble of the imperial court, was not to the extent of not daring to think about it. Moreover, he was elegant and handsome, without the boorishness of a military general, but with a bit of unswerving determination that only those who had been on the battlefield had. The emperor also saw that everyone was being reserved, so he smiled and said a few words. Most likely, he was saying that there was no need to rigidly adhere to the situation. Today, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as they entered the hunting grounds, there was no distinction between nobility or lowliness. Everyone was a friend. Tomorrow afternoon, they would gather here, and whoever had the most prey would be the winner. Although this was the truth, what the emperor said was not entirely true. The men were naturally fighting for their pride, while the women were only thinking of the hunters. Furthermore, there was no way to say that everyone was friends. Every time there was an open and veiled struggle in the hunting field, many bloodless battles started because of this. Zhao Jin said, "Why don't we team up and go hunting together? What do you think?" Lin Zixiang waved her hand, "Forget it, I don't know how to hunt. You're from a military family, but I'm not. I heard that idiot Xia Qing say that it's easy to run into a bear in the snow. I don't know any martial arts, so I'm afraid I'll be eaten. I'll stay with the other pretty girls in the camp. You go." She had never been willing to pretend. Zhao Ji knew that she couldn't do anything to her, so she turned to Wen Fei. Wen Fei hurriedly shook her head, "I can't, my husband doesn't allow me to do this kind of strenuous activity. Furthermore, I've just had a baby. It's really inconvenient. Sister Wan, you can always come with me, right?" Zhao Jin looked at her anxiously. The annual hunt was extremely rare, and Zhao Jin cherished this opportunity very much. Originally, she still had Wen Fei to accompany her. However, ever since Wen Fei got married and became pregnant, she could no longer accompany her. Now, she could not possibly go alone. Moreover, she would not be able to play with those delicate young ladies who did not share the same views as her. Thus, Zhao Jin was unwilling to obediently stay in the campsite. Thus, she placed all her hopes on Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan smiled slightly, "I'm sorry, Sister Zhao. I've made an agreement with Xiao that I will accompany him today." Zhao Jin frowned. They were a young couple, so how could she say that they were going together? She couldn't be so blind as to not know what to do. But today, her two brothers hadn't come along, and as a woman, it wasn't good for her to enter the forest alone. It was really too dangerous. Seeing her like this, Jiang Xing's face couldn't help but darken. "Although I can't, my eldest brother can." Jiang Wan smiled. "He's a man, so he can protect you somewhat. Sister Zhao, why don't you go with my eldest brother? We can look after each other on the road, and maybe we can even help each other hunt together." Zhao Jin, who was frowning, couldn't help but jump in fright when she heard these words. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, No, thank you, Sister Wan, for your kindness. I suddenly don't want to go. It's not bad to stay in the camp and chat with Zixiang." Jiang Xing's face darkened even more, and he said stiffly, "The royal hunt is held once a year, and it's really not good to waste it. You and I will team up, and it's settled. I'll go get the horses." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhao Jin was stunned, and she hurriedly followed, "That. I'm not going. General Jiang, I already said that I don't want to go." Jiang Xing, wait. Zhao Jin, this fool. Lin Zixiang commented, "Sure enough, her limbs are well developed." The hunt officially began. All the people and horses could probably form their own groups, and of course, they could also act alone. Although it was called a hunt, it was probably just a way for the children of the nobility to find fun. Jiang Wan walked over and stood together with Xiao. She and Xiao picked a maroon pony, and he picked a pure black steed. The two horses stood side by side, and coincidentally, Yao Niannian passed by them with a maidservant. They probably did not intend to enter the forest to hunt, so they did not choose any horses, and only carried a zither as they passed by. When they passed by Xiao Xiao and Jiang Wan, Yao Niannian stopped and smiled slightly at the two of them, which could be considered as a greeting. Jiang Wan naturally returned a smile, but Xiao Xiao was expressionless. After Yao Niannian passed by, Jiang Wan looked at Xiao Xiao with a slanted gaze. Little Bai Kai, someone wants to push you again. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled, and seemed to understand what Jiang Wan meant. He looked at her helplessly, and did not speak. When Jiang Wan saw that he did not speak, she rolled her eyes at him, and turned around to mount the horse. Her movements were very nimble, and even somewhat dazzling. For example, young Master Gu Yi, who was in the distance, looked straight at her. Jiang Wan did not notice his gaze, and only tightened the reins. However, Xiao Xiao followed closely behind and mounted the horse. Immediately, he came abreast, and his voice faintly passed to Jiang Ruan's ear, "Only for you." "Jiang Wan. Who wants to push you?" Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh, and put on a nimble posture, "You." Once this person became shameless, it was really hard to resist. Jiang Wan was speechless, and tightened the reins, and the horse galloped towards the forest. Every year at this time, everyone would fight openly and covertly, just to win a prize. Rather than saying it was a prize, it would be better to say that it was a way for the princes to show their ability. Xian Hua and Xian Li had been fighting for many years, but now, the situation in the court was changing rapidly, and no one knew when Xian Pei had appeared. Although Xian Pei was young, it was probably for fun. He brought a group of imperial bodyguards with bows and arrows, and entered the depths of the forest. Jiang Wan was somewhat worried. There were many ferocious beasts in the forest, and Xiao Xiao only thought that he had arranged for people and horses to follow him closely, so nothing would happen. Time passed very quickly, and Xiao Xiao seemed to have really only come to hunt. His aim was very good, and he did not blindly pursue quantity. Instead, he specially hunted some rare beasts, and in the end, he actually hunted a blue-eyed fox wolf cub for Jiang Wan. Because he had personally caught it, the fox wolf cub was still relatively strong, and when Jiang Wan carried it into her arms, it even bit her. Xiao Xiao, who was very vengeful, grabbed the fur from the back of its neck and threw it into the bag. Unknowingly, the sky was already gradually turning dark, and they could also set up camp in the forest. Jiang Wan was just about to suggest finding a place to set up the tent when she heard a cry of alarm coming from the dense forest in front of them. Jiang Wan and Xiao Xiao glanced at each other, and Xiao Xiao whipped his horse and galloped in that direction. Jiang Wan also felt that something was wrong. When she walked over, she saw that in the depths of the forest, there was a huge hanging eyes white tiger. It was aggressively sharpening its claws as it looked at them and growled in a low voice. In front of the white tiger was a group of people, and among them were Xian Pei and the imperial bodyguards. Although so many people were highly skilled in martial arts, they might not be able to do anything to this hanging eyes white tiger. Because they were deep in the mountains, and it just so happened that the snow was deep at the end of the year, such a ferocious beast would become very ferocious when its stomach rumbled with hunger. However, this hunting ground should have been cleaned up, so such a ferocious beast should not have appeared. How could it have appeared? It was really thought-provoking. At the moment, however, there was no time to ponder. The imperial bodyguards protected Xian Pei, wanting him to escape first, but the white tiger seemed to have locked onto Xian Pei. It passed the bodyguards and pounced towards him. Although Xian Pei had a bow and arrow, in the end, he did not have enough strength. The arrow he shot only grazed the white tiger's body before it fell to the ground. Jiang Wan did not have time to be anxious. Xiao Xiao had already taken out an arrow from behind him. In one breath, he knocked the bow and shot the arrow. That white tiger just happened to pounce straight towards Xian Pei. Xiao Xiao's arrow whistled through the air, and with a schwa sound, it nailed itself into the white tiger's mouth. Blood immediately splattered out. Xiao Xiao's arrow had been forged using special craftsmanship, and each arrowhead was densely covered with small teeth, so it was much more powerful than an ordinary arrow. Xiao Xiao's arrow directly overturned the white tiger and it fell to the ground. The imperial bodyguards stared blankly for a moment before they rushed forward and subdued the white tiger. Only then did Xian Pei turn his head. When he saw Jiang Wan and the others, he greeted Xiao Wangye. Jiang Wan immediately dismounted. Ignoring the presence of the imperial bodyguards, she stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, is 13th Prince injured?" Xian Pei shook his head, glanced at Xiao Xiao, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Today, I still have to thank Xiao Wangye for your help. Speaking of which, Xiao Wangye's archery skills are truly outstanding. This prince thinks that the prize of this hunt is none other than Xiao Wangye. Just like this white tiger, when we peel off the tiger's skin and give it to Xiao Wangye, it will most likely be very precious." Jiang Wan was not in the mood to pay attention to this. She only frowned and asked, "How can there be tigers in the hunting grounds?" "Not only tigers." Xian Pei looked at Jiang Wan with a smile that was not a smile. "There are also many wild wolves. Just now, I seem to have heard some movement from up ahead, and there seem to be wolf howls. This hunting ground is not very peaceful nowadays, and the rare birds and beasts inside are also an eye-opener." Just like that, a perfectly good hunting ground had suddenly turned into a slaughterhouse. Tonight, they had been lucky enough to meet Xian Pei. In another place, as Xian Pei had said, there were probably other such ferocious beasts attacking people. Some of the young masters who had come here had originally come to have some fun. If they had encountered a scene like the one just now, besides relying on the imperial bodyguards, there was no other way. Presumably, at this moment, every corner of the hunting ground was already splattered with blood. What was the purpose of the person who had done all this to make things so chaotic? Jiang Wan knew who that person was, but she now had a new understanding of why she was willing to spend so much money, and why her methods were so ruthless. In order to harm a certain person, she had directly sacrificed the lives of so many noble sons and daughters of the imperial court. Fortunately, Xian Pei was fine. In the end, she was still somewhat worried and said, "13th Prince, there are many ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. At this moment, it would be too late to return to the camp. Tonight, why don't your Highness travel with us husband and wife, so that we can take care of each other?" Xian Pei stared blankly and seemed to want to refuse, but after thinking about it, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then it would be impolite for this prince to refuse." Xiao Xiao turned his head and instructed Jin 2, 3, and 4, who had followed him, "All of you, go ahead and take a look." The few of them obeyed his orders and left. Only then did Xiao Xiao turn his head and say, "First, find a place to set up camp, then follow me." Just as everyone thought, at this moment, the hunting ground was in a state of chaos. Gui was followed by a pack of wolves, and every single one of them was panicking with hunger, as if they had been held back for a few days and had been released from a trap. Their eyes were all glowing green. The alpha wolf at the front was huge and incomparably ferocious. The imperial bodyguards accompanying it had all been bitten in the neck. As he rode his horse, his heartbeat was very fast. This was not the first time that Gui had come to the hunting ground. As the son of the Zombing Darren's Fu, he had participated every year. He was also aware of what had happened in the hunting ground, but this was the first time that such ferocious beasts had appeared. He did not know what had gone wrong, but at this moment, he was the only one left. At this moment, Gui had no other choice. However, at this moment, the alpha wolf behind him suddenly darted forward and bit the tail of the horse he was sitting on. The horse gave a blood-curdling screech, and its body immediately tilted to one side. Gui fell to the ground. He rolled around in the snow, and his heart was greatly shocked. He only knew that today, he would certainly lose his life here. Who knew that in the next moment, he would suddenly feel that one of his hands was pulled by someone, and a voice with a hint of laughter could be heard by his ear, "Little brother, are you just going to admit defeat and send yourself to death like this?" Gu Yi was startled, and saw that on the fine horse, a woman dressed in a tight outfit was smiling at him teasingly. Her outstretched hand was slender, but it seemed to contain boundless strength. The will to survive was indeed strong. Gu Yi did not have time to speak before he exerted strength in his hand and was smoothly pulled up onto the horse by that woman. At this moment, he could clearly see that the person in front of him was the woman he had met once during Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao's wedding. That woman felt his entire body turn cold, and she seemed to smile as she said, "Young Master Gu, don't be afraid, it's just a few feathered beasts." Just as she finished speaking, a few concealed weapons suddenly flew out from her sleeves. The speed of those weapons was too fast, and Gu Yi did not see them clearly. He only saw that the wolf suddenly howled miserably, and its relentless pursuit suddenly slowed down. It only rolled once in the snow, and then it no longer moved. What was that? Gu Yi could not help but cry out in alarm. This woman was really too powerful. Just now, he had been chased by the pack of wolves until he had no way out, but this woman had dealt with the alpha wolf with a single move. It was really somewhat frightening. He was bewildered and uncertain in his heart. He had never heard of a noble woman with such amazing skills, and looking at her again, her courage was not bad. His astonished expression was very obvious, and Jean San laughed, "Your posture just now was rather cute, especially when you fell from the horse, like a wooden club." Gu Yi. In contrast to Gu Yi's leisurely and carefree attitude, Jiang Xing and Zhao Jin's current situation was much more thrilling. A black bear stood up high, its body tall and sturdy like a small mountain, and its wide-open ugly mouth was dripping with saliva. Zhao Jin could no longer care about distancing herself from Jiang Xing. In her anxiety, all her previous perseverance was gone, and she said, "Hey, what do we do now? This bear doesn't look easy to deal with, let's run first." "You won't be able to outrun it even if you run, unless you climb up a tree. The trees here are very thin, if you climb up, it will break the branches. When that happens, you will inevitably become its meal." Jiang Xing explained to Zhao Jin unhurriedly. Hearing this, Zhao Jin was flustered, "Then what do we do? You don't have your bow and arrows, and I lost mine when we ran just now. The two of us don't have any weapons, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Why don't I stay and you run first? You're a great general after all, you can't be eaten by a bear." Hearing this, Jiang Xing's gaze shifted, and he looked at her, saying, "I run first? That's right, one person dying is better than two people dying. We still have two older brothers in our family, and if you die, Wan Mimi will be alone. You should go first. If I'm lucky, I can find someone to save me, and that will be my good fortune." Jiang Xing interrupted her, saying, "Ever since that night, you have deliberately avoided me and refused to see me. Don't you hate me very much? Why do you want to save me now?" I don't hate you." Zhao Jin was somewhat vexed. A few days ago, she had gotten drunk at night and sneaked out without telling her family, bumping into Jiang Xing outside the general's residence. When Jiang Xing pulled her, Zhao Jin didn't know why, but her head had heated up, and she had used her drunkenness to confess everything about her love for Jiang Xing. Later on, when she sobered up, she was naturally ashamed and embarrassed, and felt that she didn't have the face to see Jiang Xing again, so she went into hiding. Unexpectedly, on the hunting field today, Jiang Xing took the initiative to ask her to come with him. Now that she was in such a desperate situation, Zhao Jin really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this what Lin Zixiang meant when she said, "Born with one mother, and die with one nest"? With the black bear in front of us, it's better to think about what to do now. Zhao Jin averted her eyes. The black bear's enormous body made one's heart tremble. No matter how bold she was still a girl, and she would still be somewhat afraid. Now, she was about to die to the black bear's jaws. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The corners of Jiang Xing's mouth seemed to curve up. He looked at Zhao Jin and suddenly asked, "Zhao Jin, do you like me?" Zhao Jin was caught off guard by his sudden question, and she subconsciously nodded her head, saying, "You're really long-winded. If I didn't like you, why would I die for you?" Chapter 210. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhao Jin knew that she had said the wrong thing. She was vexed and did not dare to look at Jiang Xing's eyes. No matter how brave a girl was, when facing her sweetheart, she would always be a little shy. However, the situation in this place was not right at all. Zhao Jin simply wanted to cry. She stared at the huge black bear and said, "In any case, it is too late to say anything now. My feelings for you can be treated as a story. After you go back today, you will still be a great general. Right now, the number of noble and virtuous girls in the capital who want to marry you is like carps crossing the river. You will always be able to pick one that suits your heart. Afterwards, you will have white hair and eyebrows, and you will be in harmony with her." She was a person who did not like to study and hated literary poetry. This was the first time she had used two such idioms in a row. Most likely, she felt sour at her own words, but the more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Ever since Jiang Xing was made a general, he could be considered the backbone of the court. He was so young, handsome and gentle, and there were many women who wanted to marry him. She had also asked her two brothers what kind of women men liked. Her brothers had all said that they had to be gentle and graceful, proficient in the 4 arts. It would be best if they had a weak and pitiful appearance. Zhao Jin thought about how she had stabbed a straw doll in the courtyard with a spear and felt even more disheartened. Now, she had wanted to quickly persuade Jiang Xing to leave, but when she thought that Jiang Xing could really be in love with a weak and lovely woman, she felt even more sour in her heart. She sniffed and the rims of her eyes immediately turned red. But she still stubbornly raised her head and forced back her tears. She said, "Since we are not fated in this life, it is better to turn my feelings for you into friendship. If I can die for a great general like you in this life, I will have no regrets. Previously, we were together in the southern frontiers camp, and now we are facing such a situation together. We can be considered friends of life and death." Jiang Xing's heart had softened after hearing Zhao Jin's words, and seeing her red eyes, he felt his heart ache. Who knew that when Zhao Jin said this, Jiang Xing's face darkened again? What was this? What kind of feelings become friendship between friends? She looked like a man protecting his master on the battlefield. He originally wanted to wait for this last to understand on her own, but now he felt that with her way of thinking, she probably wouldn't be able to understand even if she waited her entire life. Forget it, since he was a man, he should take the initiative. "You should get on the horse first." Jiang Xing suddenly pulled her onto his horse. Zhao Jin's horse had already been scratched by the black bear and couldn't move, but Jiang Xing's injured horse was miraculously able to run again. Zhao Jin was slightly startled. Jiang Xing suddenly unsheathed the soft sword from his waist and chopped down the thistles and thorns in front of him, opening up a path for 2 people and a horse. The black bear's body was huge. Although its fur was hard, it was helpless against the sharp thorns. It could only stand at the back and roar. The horse ran very fast, and Zhao Jin finally came to her senses. She asked dumbfoundedly, "How can the horse run again? Is it injured?" "I'm fine now," Jiang Xing replied. "Then you don't have your arrows anymore." Zhao Jin was held in front of him, leaning against Jiang Xing's chest. This was the first time she had been so close to a man's body. In the past, when she came into contact with men, it was either martial arts competitions or fights. She had never been so gentle. I don't have my arrows, but I still have my sword, Jiang Xing replied. No matter how careless Zhao Jin was, she still felt that something was wrong. She suddenly sat up straight and looked at Jiang Xing in shock. You lied to me. The horse ran a distance and was probably safe. It slowed down, and Jiang Xing finally had the time to look at Zhao Jin. He said, "Why do you think I lied to you?" Zhao Jin was a straightforward person and never liked to beat around the bush. She hated being tricked and schemed against the most, so when she found out that Jiang Xing had lied to her, she was very angry. Jiang Xing's question made her forget about her anger. She looked at him with some confusion. Why? I saved you just now, Jiang Xing said. How are you going to repay me? Zhao Jin looked at him in a daze, not understanding what he meant. Jiang Xing was really too strange today. She couldn't understand what he was saying, but she still answered honestly, I'll ask my brother to pick a few suitable weapons for you. If you don't like them, you can send some money over later. This person was really too honest. Jiang Xing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly did not understand why Zhao Jin, who was obviously a few years older than Jiang Wan, could not compare to Jiang Ruan's intelligence and sensitivity. She was surprisingly slow on certain matters. None of that is necessary, Jiang Xing interrupted her. Just devote yourself to me. Zhao Jin blinked, her mind momentarily a little muddled. This person's words were so unreasonable. Devote yourself to me, devote yourself to me. She suddenly quivered. Unable to control the wild thoughts in her mind, she stammered, this. That time at the southern frontier barracks, I also saved you. That's fine, Jiang Xing finally lost his patience. He pulled her over and bent his head to kiss her. I devote myself to you. The bonfire slowly burned, making a crackling sound. Jiang Wan and the others sat in front of the fire. The curtains had already been set up. There were a total of 3, one for Xian Pei, one for Jiang Wan, and one for the embroidered uniform guards. Xian Pei's bodyguards did not have such good fortune, so they casually found a big tree to rest against. Jiang Wan nudged Xiao Xiao. How is eldest brother? Since there were so many wild beasts in the hunting grounds, it seemed that it was not just to frighten the sons of the nobility. The deeper meaning could only be revealed tomorrow. Even so, Jiang Wan could not help but worry about Jiang Xing. Jing has sent people to protect him. Don't worry. Xiao Xiao held her hand. As they were speaking, Xian Pei's head suddenly popped out from between the two of them. He nonchalantly sat between Jiang Wan and Xiao Xiao. He looked at Jiang Wan, blinked, and said, Wang Fei, I'm so scared. Fortunately, Xian Pei's bodyguards were sitting far away and did not hear Xian Pei's words. Otherwise, they would have been so shocked that their eyeballs would have fallen out. Even so, when the embroidered uniform guards heard Xian Pei's words, they all widened their eyes. This child usually looked calm and steady, like a second Xiao Xiao. He was also the most unfathomable. To show weakness to Jiang Wan without any scheming. How was he behaving like a prince? He was practically like a nestling up to its mother. Jiang Wan liked Xian Pei the most. Even though Xian Pei had changed the way he addressed her, Jiang Wan still treated him like she did in her past life. She immediately stretched out her hand to stroke Xian Pei's hair and said, Don't be afraid, I will stay here to protect His Highness. The jaws of the embroidered uniform guards dropped again. Although Jiang Wan usually looked gentle, everyone knew that she was not someone to be trifled with. Her gentleness on the surface was merely courtesy, but in reality, she was as cold as their master. Even their master did not seem to have received such a gentle smile from Jiang Wan. It was simply capable of melting a person's heart. His gaze was filled with love, causing everyone's hair to stand on end when they looked at him. Jean San said, How is young madam looking at His Highness? She's clearly looking at her son. When I was on a mission, the aunt next door looked at her family's daimyo in this way. Perhaps His Highness has inspired her to want to be a mother. Jean Eyre touched his nose. Does young madam want a child of her own? This 13th Highness is very cute, young madam will probably like him. Jean C. shook his head, that's not right. With young madam and master's appearance, a child born from them will definitely be much better looking than 13th Highness. Jean 1, who had been watching from the sidelines, unhurriedly said, that will still have to be born. Everyone was silent for a while before Jean San said, it seems that young master still needs to work hard. Even if it's for young madam's sake, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Sai, when we get back, let's talk to old Lin, he will definitely have a way. Jiang Wan, who was sitting in front of the bonfire, obviously did not know that the embroidered uniform guards had seen her warm treatment of Xian Pei and that it had already become evidence that Xiao Xiao was incapable. She and Xian Pei had a deep relationship, so in Xiao Xiao's eyes, there was nothing inappropriate. Ever since Xiao Xiao knew of Jiang Ruan's past, his view of Xian Pei had changed a lot. Sometimes, he would even specially instruct the secret guards in the palace to take care of him. However, Xian Pei clearly did not understand his cheap father's good intentions. As soon as he saw Jiang Ruan and Xiao Xiao together, he felt a sense of loss, as if something important to him had been taken away. So, when he saw Xiao Xiao's unmoved appearance, he said, Xiao Wangye is indeed full of spirit and jade today. Just now, I saw that there was a sumptuous game. Presumably, tomorrow's champion should be you. Have you thought of asking Imperial Father for some good luck? Without waiting for Xiao Xiao to speak, Xian Pei continued, are you going to ask Imperial Father for some beauties? Recently, the palace has recruited a new batch of beauties. Perhaps this prince has heard that the Yao family's daughter is also deeply in love with you. Coincidentally, this prince sees that she is also here today. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to ask for her? His words were half teasing and half serious, making it difficult for people to understand his meaning. When the embroidered uniform guards heard this, they all secretly cursed this child for being too bratty. Without any rhyme or reason, he actually came to disturb the relationship between husband and wife. In the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards, it was like this, but in Jiang Ruan's eyes, it was not. She had lived together with Xian Pei for many years, so she was very clear about Xian Pei's thoughts. Xian Pei's question was only to force Xiao Xiao to take a stand. It seemed that the matter of the Yao family's daughter was not small, and even Xian Pei was alarmed. Xian Pei was supporting her, afraid that she would be bullied by Xiao Xiao. Since the good luck is obtained by this prince, whatever this prince says goes. Xiao Xiao's face was as cold as ice, and he coldly said, this prince will ask His Majesty to bestow a marriage between your highness and the Yao family's young Mississippi. Hey, Xian Pei angrily jumped up, you want me to marry that old woman? How dare you? Xiao Xiao's silence was clearly a provocation. Jiang Wan had a slight headache. Whenever these two people were together, they could not behave themselves. In any case, Yao Niannian was one of the top beauties in the capital of the great Jin dynasty. This year, she was only 17 or 18 years of age. Although she was a little older than Xian Pei, it was not to the extent of being an old woman. However, if Xian Pei really married Yao Niannian, Jiang Wan would always feel that it was wrong. The Yao family had coveted Xiao Xiao and coveted her husband. If she really wanted to be her son's wife, as his mother, she would be the first to disagree. However, if Yao Niannian and Xian Pei really became imperial consorts, wouldn't they have to call her mother for life? When she thought of Yao Niannian and Xian Pei calling her mother, Jiang Ruan's expression became indescribably strange. What's wrong with you? Xian Pei saw that Jiang Ruan was lost in thought and touched Jiang Ruan's hand. This prince was only joking, Wang Fei must not be sad because of this. If Jinying Wang dares to act recklessly, this prince will definitely not spare him. As for that nuisance young Miss Yao, unless her father no longer wants to mingle in the imperial court. Why does 13th Highness look like young Madame's maiden family? Jin-san thought about it and his expression changed abruptly. Oh no, could it be that he covets young Madame's beauty and wants to obstruct us? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Jin-san anxiously watched them. Jiang Wan smiled. Xian Pei, on the other hand, was nervous. She walked to the side and rummaged through the luggage that Xiao Xiao had brought. She wanted to see if there were any snacks to give to Xian Pei, but she did not expect to see that there was actually a Jiao Wei zither in the luggage. The case of the Jiao Wei zither was very precious, yet Xiao Xiao had just casually placed it in the cloth bag. However, what surprised Jiang Wan the most was that Xiao Xiao had actually brought this along with him. She asked, "You actually brought a zither?" Xiao Xiao grunted, "N." Jiang Wan looked at the long and narrow zither case in front of her and suddenly felt that Xiao Xiao really respected old Lin from the bottom of his heart. She had originally thought that this zither was nothing more than a decoration. Who would carry a zither on their person in the hunting grounds? Xiao Xiao was not a woman in a brothel who played the zither and played with the moon. She was dumbstruck. She stared blankly for a moment before she recalled the rumors in the capital that Yao Nianyan could also play the zither well. Suddenly, she picked up the zither case and walked to Xiao Xiao's side. "Since you have also brought it, why don't you play a song? I have never heard your zither before." Steward Lin had said that Xiao Xiao played the zither well. Jiang Wan knew that Steward Lin would not lie about these things, but she was still very curious. In her previous life, she had never heard Xiao Xiao play the zither well. Her own zither was also not bad, but the Jiao Wei zither had always been slightly more difficult to play than other zither. It required extreme calmness of the heart. Ever since her rebirth, her entire body had been filled with hostility. How could she play the zither well? She tried to play as little as possible, lest the sound of the zither reveal her state of mind. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled. He had not expected that Jiang Wan would make such a request. He glanced at Xian Pei, and then his gaze fell on the embroidered uniform guards not far away. Jean Eyre and the others hurriedly pretended to look at the flowers and did not meet his gaze. Xiao Xiao coughed lightly. "There are many people here. After we return to the Fu, could it be that Xiao Wanye does not know how to play the zither?" Xian Pei wished for the whole world to be in chaos. It is rare that Wang Fei would like to listen to the sound of the zither. This prince has heard that newlyweds play the zither together to achieve the beauty of harmony between the zither and the harp. However, looking at Xiao Wanye's appearance, I presume that he has never played the zither with Wang Fei and Wang Fei. No matter what, Wang Fei is still a woman. In this world, which woman does not wish for their husband to be in harmony with their zither? Xian Pei had a delicate appearance, but now that he was still young, he still looked somewhat childish. In the past, when he had been in the palace, he had always put on airs in his speech and mannerisms, and even that childishness had dissipated. However, in front of Jiang Wan, he could not help but reveal a childish demeanor, which was the liveliness of a child his age. As he spoke, his words were clear and logical, and he had the appearance of a young man who had matured. Xiao Xiao did not speak and only turned his head to look at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan looked at him as if nothing had happened, showing a rare trace of stubbornness. He no longer refused and only took out the Jiaowei zither from the zither case. The body of the zither was made of an unknown tree branch, but the texture was distinct and it emitted a deep luster. The smell was rich and fragrant, refreshing to the heart and mind. Just this zither alone was enough to attract people's attention. Jean C rubbed his eyes and said, "Oh my God, am I seeing things? Master is actually going to start playing the zither." Ever since Wang Ye and Wang Fei passed away, Master has never touched the zither again. I thought that he would never touch this Jiaowei zither again in this lifetime. Speaking of which, it has been more than 10 years since I have heard Master's zither. Do you still remember when Master first learned to use this zither? Every day, Who knows how many people would come to the entrance of the Fu to listen. Even the women wanted to climb over the wall to see our master's beautiful face. It is said that one can know a person by listening to the zither. In this world, there is a zither that is better than masters. Indeed, many years had passed since Xiao Xiao had not touched the Jiawei zither. At that time, Jinying Wangfu had not yet been born and Xiao Xiao had not been labeled as a rebel. He was also not as indifferent as he was now, but his temperament was slightly colder. At that time, his appearance was handsome. This kind of calmness made him even more outstanding and very eye-catching. At that time, it was his first time learning the zither, but his state of mind was calm. The music he played was beautiful and moving. If he had not been a man, it was likely that all the men in the great Jin dynasty would have gone crazy and all the artists would have been ashamed. Xiao Xiao took out the zither and placed it on his lap. Now that the sky was like a mattress on the ground, there was no need to rigidly adhere to formalities. Therefore, he did not burn any incense to bathe his hands. He only casually fiddled with the strings. Even though it was such a simple action, it did not seem vulgar or sloppy. On the contrary, because of his own elegant temperament, it was natural and smooth, adding a bit of confidence and otherworldliness. The tune flowed from his hands and flew along the zither strings. In the snowy ground, it was exceptionally clear and melodious. The sound of the zither was ethereal and peaceful. It was like a small stream trickling into the sea. The waves and sand were slowly contained within, no longer stirring up the slightest splash. It was a calm that could only be obtained after experiencing great storms and great waves. It was a kind of invincible method. Nothing could shake the calmness and tranquility of the mind. Behind such strength, there seemed to be a faint trace of gentleness that unconsciously flowed out, making this world of ice and snow seem to have a trace of warmth. Jiang Wan rested her chin on her hand and looked at the gentleman dressed in black who was playing the zither beside her. He seemed to be an elegant young master from a prestigious family in the Xinjiang. He was reserved and noble, elegant and cold. The bonfire made his fair complexion look like a celestial being from a painting. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes like stars, his nose straight and his lips thin. Every time his long eyelashes quietly drooped, the myriad of emotions in his eyes were concealed, leaving only mystery and gentleness. Beautiful beyond compare, cold to the bone. Like an icy spring in a mountain stream, he was also like the lonely moon shining through the carved window railings in autumn. The beauty was like a painting, a beautiful scene. Xiao Xiao, who was playing the zither, was indeed as Steward Lin had said. It was indeed a beautiful scene in a flourishing age. Such a source of calamity, if seen by others, they would probably want to join in. In this world, beauty bewitches people and evildoers run rampant. It was really very dangerous. Jiang Wan sighed softly and moved closer to Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, she reached out and covered the strings of the zither. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled. Jiang Wan had already started playing. Her playing was slow and slow. It was completely different from Xiao Xiao's. If Xiao Xiao was cold, like the lonely moon or the cold star, then her tune was fire, like the blazing sun. It clearly pulsed in people's hearts, with a kind of brilliance and aggressiveness that could not be ignored. Then, in the collision of ice and fire, a wonderful and harmonious blend appeared. This allowed the two people's two kinds of music to blend into one, and their tacit understanding was extraordinary. The corners of Xiao Xiao's mouth slightly curled up. His hands did not stop moving. Jiang Wan also smiled. She had always been afraid to play the zither because she was afraid of exposing her inner thoughts. Now, she did not dare to say that the sound of the zither was absolutely tranquil. Compared to the past, which was full of hostility, it was already much more peaceful. Perhaps this was because she had also reached Xiao Xiao's level of strength, so strong that she could calmly face all the ups and downs. Or perhaps it was only because Xiao Xiao was by her side. Xian Pei sat quietly at the side. The gaze he looked at Jiang Wan seemed to be somewhat complicated, but also somewhat gratified. These two people were both incomparably beautiful, and their temperaments and manners were also very outstanding. Although it was only their first time playing together, it seemed very harmonious, as if they were born to be together. Ji Nair said, "Indeed, the zither and the harp are in harmony. This is simply a match made in heaven." Jin Si shook his head. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. She only felt that it was a little funny. This was clearly a hunting competition that involved blood and lives. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and there were clearly dangers and traps everywhere. But here she and Xiao Xiao were playing the zither, and in front of them was a burning bonfire. Before Steward Lin had left, he had said that it was nothing more than a game, and now, it really had come true. She had originally thought that in her previous life, she had not been able to come to the hunting grounds to experience it, but in this life, she had experienced the methods involved. She did not expect that it would be such a different experience. This was a completely new feeling that she had never experienced before, but it was also not bad. In the camp at the entrance of the northern forest, the womenfolk who did not know how to hunt began to enter their tents to rest. A woman dressed in black sat in front of the tent. The maidservant beside her smiled and said, "Miss, just now, an imperial bodyguard came back from the forest and said that he seemed to have heard someone playing the zither. It is said that the sound of the zither is superb. I wonder who could actually be so leisurely." Yao Nianyan smiled slightly. In the forest, there are wild beasts running amok, and people are always at odds with each other. It is rare to see someone with a calm mind playing the zither. Since the sound of the zither is wonderful, it is even more so not an ordinary person. It is worthy of admiration. Who is this kind of person? The maidservant asked curiously, could it be His 8th Highness? His 8th Highness can be considered an outstanding person with a calm mind. Yao Nianyan shook her head and smiled without saying a word. She only looked at the depths of the forest and sighed. There seemed to be some sadness in her gaze. Chapter 211. Early the next morning, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Wan, and the others got out of the tent and returned to the direction of the camp at the entrance of the dense forest. Xiao Xiao had a good night's sleep last night. Since he had always been outside, he was quite experienced in dispersing wild animals. In addition, he carried medicinal powder to prevent snakes, insects, rats, and ants from approaching, so nothing disturbed him. Today was also the time to go back and compare the game. The Emperor's prize was unknown to whom. The game that Xiao Xiao hunted was casually bundled into a pile and placed on the back of the horse. He was not interested in it, and Jiang Wan had no interest in the so-called prize. Rather than saying that they were hunting, it was better to say that they were having fun. There was not much game, but each one was a little special. When they returned to the camp, they found that many people had already returned, and they were all fruitful. Seeing the couple return with Xian Pei, everyone could not help but be somewhat surprised. Xian Pei explained the matter to the emperor. Hearing that there were fierce beasts in the forest, the emperor also frowned and immediately sent someone to interrogate the official in charge of the hunting grounds. Jiang Wan pondered. The emperor's actions clearly indicated that he had not heard anyone report this matter earlier. This meant that the wild beast had not encountered any other noble hunters, and was clearly coming for them. Presumably, the wolves that Gu Yi had encountered were only because he happened to be walking in front of Xian Pei. Just as she was thinking, Jiang Xing and Zhao Jin also returned. Gu Yi followed behind them with the rest of his entourage. Zhao Jin and Jiang Xing's relationship was not as strange as before. It was much more natural. Jiang Xing dismounted and walked to the emperor. Most likely, he was also talking about the wild beast. The emperor's face sank, and his previous relaxed expression was swept away. Jiang Ruan's gaze fell on the few beauties sitting leisurely in front of the tent. Wang Lian was dainty and gentle, and her whole body exuded a faint scholarly aura. Mushiro was as cold as ice, and as beautiful as a peach. As for Jiang Dan, she looked at the people around her with a smile, as if very satisfied with the good atmosphere today. Jiang Wan silently looked away. Jiang Dan had racked her brains to create such a scene, releasing the wild beast only for the few of them. But she also deeply understood that the wild beast would not kill them, so there must be a purpose. Jiang Wan could roughly guess one or two things, but her gaze circled around the group of people who had returned. In her heart, she understood. If that was really the case, then this time, Jiang Dan's gamble was really too big. He saw a man stumbling over from afar. That man was covered in blood and could be vaguely identified as a palace guard. When such a bloody man appeared, many of the women present immediately screamed in panic. The emperor's imperial bodyguards hurriedly stopped that person. That person seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Only then did everyone see clearly that there was an arrow in his back that had pierced through his chest. It was obvious that he would not survive. When he raised his head, people could see that he was the crown prince's bodyguard. In the next moment, the dying man spat out a few words with difficulty, "Save. Save the crown prince." After saying that, his head tilted to the side and he died. The emperor was shocked. After so many years, although the crown prince had no virtue or talent, he only had an empty title. The world could not be handed over to such a person. Sooner or later, the crown prince would have to be replaced. However, among all his sons who each had their own ulterior motives, the crown prince was at least the one who was not shrewd. In the palace, he originally had a lot of children. However, those who were slightly more naive had all died in all kinds of open spears and hidden spears. The crown prince was his eldest son and also the son of the empress. Towards the crown prince, the emperor always had some affection. Therefore, after so many years in the palace, although he gave him the cold shoulder, he did not abolish his position as the crown prince. Sometimes, he even ordered his subordinates to secretly protect him. Today, when he heard that something had happened to the crown prince, the emperor's expression immediately changed. Wang Lian also hurriedly stood up and walked in front of the emperor. She gently patted the emperor's back to help him calm down. She had always been used to such gentle and soothing matters. She softly said, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Let's send people to search the dense forest. The crown prince is a person of good fortune, he must be blessed by the heavens." The emperor sent people to search the dense forest. After this incident, everyone no longer had the mood to pay attention to the hunt. Now that something had happened to the crown prince, everyone secretly prayed that the crown prince would be fine. They hoped that the emperor would not be enraged and implicate him. After a short while, the searching royal guards returned. One of them was carrying the crown prince, who was on his last breath. When the emperor saw this, his face darkened. The crown prince was covered in blood. The leading guard hurriedly said, "The crown prince is seriously injured. Your Majesty, the guards around the crown prince have all been killed. It seems like he was ambushed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call for the imperial physician," the emperor shouted angrily. The accompanying imperial physician hurriedly stood up. The guards carried the crown prince back to the bed in the tent. The imperial physician went in for a while and came out again. Everyone looked at him, not daring to breathe. The imperial physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately knelt down. He said, "Your Majesty, this official is useless. The crown prince's injuries are too serious. The arrow pierced through his chest. I'm afraid he cannot be saved." Nonsense. The emperor kicked the kneeling imperial physician to the side and said angrily, "We will only give you one way out. If you can't cure the crown prince, then don't keep your head. We did not raise you to listen to the words unable to be saved." The old imperial physician had no choice but to return to the tent, trembling. However, they did not have many medicinal herbs with them. The crown prince's injuries could not be delayed, so they had to return to the palace first. The emperor was furious. No one had expected that the hunt, which was supposed to be a good omen, would end up like this. The emperor flicked his sleeves and left, leaving a group of bewildered people looking at each other in dismay. The smile on Xian Li's lips was like a spring breeze. He looked meaningfully at Xian Hua beside him and sighed, "Fifth brother, it is a pity that something has happened to the crown prince." Xian Hua returned a smile and said with a hidden meaning, "Yes, it is a pity." Jiang Wan lowered her eyes and quietly looked at Jiang Dan, who was not far away. Jiang Dan seemed to feel her gaze as she turned her head and smiled at Jiang Wan. She seemed to be somewhat proud of herself. Xian Pei walked over from the side and frowned, "This woman is really an eyesore." Her methods were shoddy, her vision was narrow, and every time she made a vicious move, she was like a poisonous snake. Sooner or later, she would become a scourge. "Don't worry," Jiang Dan's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, "very soon, she will not be an eyesore." A strange atmosphere pervaded the palace. Ever since the crown prince, who was on the verge of death, was carried back, the emperor's expression was colder than ice in June. Only then did the servants in the palace realize that the emperor, who usually did not seem to care much about his eldest son, was actually very attentive. This time, the crown prince had met with mishap because someone had set up an ambush in the dense forest. The other party was extremely arrogant and did not put the emperor in their eyes at all. However, as to who the mastermind was, there were different opinions in the imperial court. Now, the 5th prince and the 8th prince were secretly competing, and there was also the 13th prince whose abilities were unknown. Each of these people could have wanted the crown prince to lose his life. If it was really one of them, the direction of the imperial court would probably change again. Not only the imperial court, but also the inner palace would not be peaceful. When the empress learned of the crown prince's mishap, she made a big fuss with the emperor. For so many years, the empress had been in the palace in name but not in reality, and did not care about the affairs of the inner palace. Now that her only son had met with such a mishap, her many years of resentment towards the emperor erupted overnight, and she actually spoke rudely to the emperor. Although the emperor understood that she said this because she was worried about the crown prince, he had been in a high position for many years and had developed an unquestionable temperament. At once, he severely punished the empress. In the past, no matter how weak the relationship between the emperor and empress was, it would not have reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality. There were many different opinions, and the emperor finally lost the last bit of respect he had for the empress. In the end, the master of the inner palace would have to change hands. For the 5th prince, Concubine had already become a master who had let go of everything and rarely appeared. Now, the 3 most popular beauties each had their own strong points, and it was really unknown who would end up in the end. No matter what was said outside, everyone still went about their own business. Jiang Dan was in an extremely good mood. It was probably because the matter had been settled, and the emperor had been keeping watch in front of the crown prince for the past few days. His quarrel with the empress had made him even more distraught, and he basically did not step foot into the inner palace. She had swept away the haze brought about by Jiang Quan's matter a few days ago. For the time being, there was no news of Jiang Quan's matter, but Jiang Wan was going to be out of luck. She wore a gauze dress with gold embroidery, combed her hair into a 100-flower bun, and carefully put on earrings and hairpins. Because of the good color, the woman in the mirror appeared even more dainty and beautiful. As if she felt that this way of dressing no longer appeared to be arrogant of age and experience, Jiang Dan also pursed her lips in satisfaction and applied the last bit of rouge. "Jiang Zhaoyi, are you dressing like this for imperial father?" A low male voice sounded from behind her, and there seemed to be some unfamiliar frivolity in it. "Imperial father really has good luck with women." Jiang Dan turned around. Xian Hua walked in from outside and sat down in Jiang Dan's bedroom. At this moment, it was almost night outside. Tonight, the emperor was going to rest in Wang Lian's bedroom and would not come here. Xian Hua's loud entrance startled Jiang Dan at first, and then she immediately relaxed. Hearing his words, she said half bitterly and half teasingly, "Fifth Highness, where do you think His Majesty is right now? Why say such words to make me sad? No matter how much I dress up, His Majesty will not come here." Xian Hua had originally only wanted to come and discuss the arrangements for the crown prince's matter with Jiang Dan. He did not expect to see a beauty dressing up as soon as he entered, and then saw Jiang Dan's pitiful expression and bitter words. His gaze involuntarily drifted. Honestly speaking, Jiang Dan's appearance was not bad. The women of the Jiang family had more or less inherited some of Jiang Quan's good looks. Although Jiang Dan's color paled in comparison to Jiang Ruan's and Jiang Su's, in the palace, she was like a fresh little flower. She was charming, and naive, and also had a bit of a delicate attitude. She was the most able to make men fall for her. However, no matter how moving she was still his imperial father's woman. Although Xian Hua's behavior was preposterous in private, Concubine's advice to him had finally played some role. He knew that some women could not be provoked, and some women could bring him a fatal disaster if he was not careful. Therefore, the ripples in his heart only lasted for a few moments before he put them away. He only said, "Jiang Zhaoyi is thinking too much. Imperial father dotes on you a lot now." However, Jiang Dan noticed the flash of infatuation in Xian Hua's eyes. She was somewhat pleased and pleasantly surprised. People were always greedy. When Jiang Dan first entered the palace, she had wanted to seek wealth and status, and to be a person above others. For this, she had sacrificed all her freedom as an ordinary young girl. After she had walked step by step to the position she wanted, she was no longer satisfied and wanted more. For example, her dissatisfaction with the emperor accumulated day after day. Jiang Wan could find a handsome young man like Xiao Xiao, but she had to spend time with a man who was about the same age as her father. She was now also at the age of a flower. Which young girl did not yearn for love? Could it be that she had to stay in the palace and guard an old man, watching her beauty wither like a flower? She was not reconciled to this. Xianli was too shrewd. Even now, Jiang Dan could not see through this person. Xian Hua, on the other hand, was a little simpler. At this moment, looking at Xian Hua, his appearance could be considered handsome. More importantly, he was so young, which matched her age. Jiang Dan thought absent-mindedly. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile and she said, "No matter how much he dotes on me and shares it with so many women, when it comes to me, it is only a drop." She stroked her wide sleeves, revealing a white wrist that was as lustrous as jade. The nail polish on her wrist was like a fresh flower. She said softly, "Most of the time, this bedchamber is empty. There is no sign of human habitation. After all, I am a woman. I will also feel lonely and afraid." Xian Hua's heart stirred. He seemed to have heard many things from Jiang Dan's words. He looked at the woman sitting alone in the huge palace hall. She was as beautiful as a flower, with deep feelings and hidden bitterness. A pair of bright eyebrows fixed on him, seemingly filled with infinite affection and longing. Xian Hua finally could not sit still. Jiang Dan casually lit a stick of incense. The incense was a tribute from the western region. The fragrance was very light and very refreshing. However, it could make people unconsciously go crazy. Every time the emperor came, she would light this incense. Today was the first time she had used it on another man. However, there was a kind of stimulating pleasure, as if it was a kind of crazy catharsis. The faint light in the bedchamber slowly shone on people. Slowly, the night sky was filled with the sound of suppressed breathing, which slowly dissipated in the cold wind. Jiang Wan put down the book in her hands. The spy who had reported had returned a long time ago. Xiao Xiao had just finished bathing when he saw Jiang Ruan sitting on the couch with a thoughtful expression. Even the book in her hands was upside down. He did not know what she was thinking about, but she was so lost in thought. He walked over and took the book from Jiang Ruan's hands. Jiang Ruan turned her head. Xiao Xiao covered her with the quilt more tightly and asked, "What's wrong?" "I was thinking, tomorrow, they will probably find out that the arrow that pierced the crown prince belongs to our Fu," Jiang Ruan said. Although the words "our Fu" were unintentionally said by Jiang Ruan, it obviously pleased Xiao Xiao. He seemed to smile and said, "There is nothing to think about." Since he had already made arrangements, he would certainly not let anything unfavorable to the Fu happen. Jiang Dan and Xian Hua had planned well, but they had always underestimated their opponents. They had thought that everyone in the world was as stupid as them. Jiang Ruan glanced at him. With someone like Xiao Xiao by her side, it would always save her a lot of trouble. In any case, he would arrange everything. She said, "In fact, even if you don't do anything and really do as they wish, the emperor will not blame you." The emperor was indecisive, capricious, and short-sighted. However, he had one strong point that had never changed from beginning to end, and that was, he always trusted Xiao Xiao. Jiang Dan did not know about Xiao Xiao's background. She and Xian Hua thought that as long as they blindly pushed the matter onto Xiao Xiao, they would be able to succeed. They did not know that this matter had been wrong from the beginning. Once they really found out that it was related to Jining Wang Fu, the emperor's first thought would be that someone was slandering Xiao Xiao. Instead, they would have to investigate from Xiao Xiao's enemies. If they pushed the boat with the current, they would most likely be able to find out about Jiang Dan and Xian Hua. However, that would take some time. Xiao Xiao said, "If we don't do this, you will be in trouble again." Jiang Ruan was originally not favored by the emperor. Xian Hua had not acted rashly against Jining Wang Fu for so many years, so why would he suddenly make a move? The mastermind must be Jiang Dan. Why would Jiang Dan instigate Xian Hua without rhyme or reason? Naturally, it was because of Jiang Ruan. In this way, the emperor would think that Jiang Ruan was a troublemaker. First impressions always lasted especially long. In order to avoid this kind of trouble, Xiao Xiao first dealt with the trouble later on. Jiang Ruan did not expect Xiao Xiao to think of this. She was stunned for a moment, then she smiled. "You also know about Xian Hua and Jiang Dan?" Xiao Xiao nodded his head silently, tacitly agreeing. Jiang Ruan shook her head. "She really has big guts." In Jiang Ruan's opinion, it was inconceivable that Jiang Dan and Xian Hua would roll around together. In fact, Jiang Dan could not be considered very smart, nor could her methods be superb. The reason why she had gotten to where she was today, step by step, was entirely because of the word endurance. It was probably the same as Xian Li and Xian Lang. In the past, when she was in the minister's Fu, she had put on a harmless and timid appearance, and at that time, she was just a child. Jiang Dan was good at lying low, and she was even more meticulous in her work, taking care not to leave any traces for others to use against her. How could such a person do something improper with Xian Hua? Once it was done, it would inevitably attract endless disasters in the future. Jiang Dan would rather bring disaster to be together with Xian Hua, which was really not in line with her cautious temperament. After all, it was not that she wanted to use this opportunity to make a deal with Xian Hua. Jiang Ruan's expression became somewhat strange, and that was because this person, Xian Hua. Jiang Dan probably did not like Xian Hua, but Jiang Ruan had always heard of the romantic affairs of the imperial concubines in the depths of the palace who were unwilling to be lonely and seduced outsiders. Jiang Dan was probably not much different from those women, and she also had a desire in her heart. It was just that the emperor was old. How could someone of her age endure it? Jiang Ruan asked Xiao Xiao, "Do you want to intervene in this matter?" "It's all up to you," Xiao Xiao replied. "I will take care of it from behind." Jiang Wan could not help but laugh. She looked Xiao Xiao up and down, and muttered, "Now it seems that my luck is also not bad." Jiang Dan found someone as old as the emperor, no wonder she turned and chose a young man like Xianhua. And I have lived 2 lives, so adding up my age. Perhaps I can also be considered your elder. In this way, it seems that I have taken advantage of you. I don't even need to have an affair. Have an affair? Xiao Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became dangerous. Jiang Wan was usually the most stable in grasping people's emotions, and today, she did not hear the difference in Xiao Xiao's words. She still said, "You are so beautiful, I naturally cannot bear to part with you." The next moment, Xiao Xiao pushed her down on the bed. Xiao Xiao's gaze was deep, and his tone was cold, "I will work harder, and you will not have any other energy to have an affair." Jiang Wan. The night passed silently. Jiang Dan tidied up her clothes, and the person beside her had left at some point. She felt sore all over, and the craziness of last night seemed to have dissipated, but there seemed to be a lingering charm in the room. In Xianhua, she found her own freshness and age, and finally felt that she was different from those old women in the palace. Xianhua was a completely different person from the emperor. He was young, and his energy was unbelievably good. Desire was such a thing, and Jiang Dan felt that it was good to be like this. Last night, when the passion was strong, Xianhua said, "You are such a smart and beautiful woman, I am somewhat reluctant to part with you. In the future, when this prince's great undertaking has been accomplished, you can change your name and stay by this prince's side." At that time, Jiang Dan had only taken it as a joke, but now she seriously began to consider Xianhua's words. Indeed, she was not willing to guard the emperor for a lifetime. After the emperor's death, they, the imperial concubines, would either be buried with him or sent to a nunnery. Why not consider the rest of her life? In the end, the world would either fall into Xian Li's or Xianhua's hands. Xian Li had already regarded her as an abandoned chess piece, and Xianhua was an excellent candidate. Jiang Dan summoned the person beside her. "How is the crown prince?" "He seems to have found the arrows," Zhu replied. "But right now, His Majesty seems to be very angry. I haven't heard any news." Jiang Dan furrowed her brows at first, and then she thought of something. Her brows gradually relaxed. No news was good news. In order to obtain the exact same arrows as Jining Wangfu, they had spent a lot of time. That day, everyone had seen the arrows that Xiao Xiao had shot at the white tiger. As for coming back with Xian Pei, it had attracted many people's attention. Jining Wangfu and the 13th prince had conspired to kill the crown prince in an attempt to usurp the throne. The name of conspiracy was pressed down, and Jining Wangfu had learned from their mistakes. Even if they wanted to escape, it would be very difficult. At this moment, the emperor would certainly be furious. It was only because it concerned his own prince that outsiders could not hear it. This was also normal. Xian Pei, that little bastard, had always used his identity as a prince to mock and ridicule her. Now, he would also pay the price. Jiang Dan smiled slightly and looked at herself in the mirror. She pulled out the flower hairpin and replaced it with a plain silver hairpin. She said, "Let's go." Since His Highness the Crown Prince has met with an accident, Ben Gong is also very worried. Going together to visit is also a token of my sincerity. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.